very much, Jonas. So this year's case is on the oil and gas industry, right? So you might be seeing highlights in my screen or my screen. Please ignore. I mean, we are going to come back to talk about all of that, but now we are going to go through this case together. We are reading it together, and guys. As I admonished you the last time we met, I said that please, we have to be conversant with the case, okay? Because we don't have to go there to go and read the case. Guys, we don't read the case on that day. Please, you might not pass. Okay, by now we should be familiar with the case. We should know where the case is, where every word is, right? That is why I made one of us convert the text to audio, right? So that I mean, if you are even watching, you listen to it. If you are because on that day, you're just going to read the questions and the additional information the examiner has added, so that you know that, oh, if it is SWOT analysis that I am doing, I remember there was a strength here. You just flip your paper, you go there to go and pick it, because when it comes to SWOT analysis, when it comes to PESO analysis, when it comes to certain models, you don't have to even think. You just have to go copy, write it in your book. That is all. You are copying and pasting because you are saying it's an economic factor, it's a social cultural factor. You get it? So please, if you haven't done that, it's not late. Okay, please, let's go through the case. Let's know the case, right? Let's know where to find what, so that on that day we just flip. Because please, I have a friend that went to the exams room to go and read the case. He said he was working and didn't get time to read the case. Guys, you might not pass. The chances that you pass the paper will be very low as compared to someone who has gone through the case. That is why it's a pre-scene. You are supposed to familiarize yourself with it, okay, so that you know how to, go around it. Because case study, guys, please, I'm not saying this out of pride or anything, but I tell you that case study is not that challenging, all right? Just that we students, we don't really like theoretical syllables or courses, right? But if you read the models, if you read the theories, right? Sometimes you don't even have to know I mean, you just have to know the model and introduce the name of the company in the case in it, right? Because the examiner will expect you to link whatever explanation you are giving to the case. That is why it's a case study. You're not writing your answers independent of the case. Every answer you are writing should be linked to the case. It is a case that you are answering the questions on. So if you see Greenest model, if you see Boston Consulting Group, you might know it, but you might not get the full marks if you are not writing it in relation to Blue Oil and Gas Marketing Limited. And you can link it by just writing Blue Oil and Gas Marketing Limited or BOGML in your answer. Because the examiner will know that, or the one marking will think that you have linked it because you have that name. Okay, so sometimes you might not even need to know the case or what the case is saying about the model that you know. But you can just introduce the name, you can just write some one or two things, the owner or something, and you are good to go. All right. So please, that is one mistakes that we do as students. Okay, it's a case study. So let's try as much as possible to link our answers to the case, right? So if you know that, oh, this the case said something about it, just go there, write your explanation, copy what the case is talking about, that particular aspect of strategic case study, and you're good to go. Another thing, I mean, before we start reading, another advice I would like to give us is, guys, you are going to answer a lot of questions. Okay, you are going to answer a lot of questions. The questions are plenty, guys. Let me tell you. All right, but you have to be strategic. Please don't go and waste time on one question that you think you can do. It might just be 10 marks. All right. So, as you are doing it, please think about time because this, especially if you understand the thing, if you understand what you are doing, if you don't take care, you write plenty, right? Please let's be precise. Let's be concise in our explanations. Let's hit the point. You hit it, you move on. You hit it, you move on. So that you have more time to answer the other questions. Guys, you can get 40 out of 100. You might know you the answer so, but you can't finish because you wasted time. Someone might not know everything, every question that was asked, but the person might be strategic enough to answer the questions in such a way that they will pass. We get it. So please and please again, I am begging us, please. I know we are already seniors in CA, okay? But when it comes to case study, let's be more strategic. I mean, we have come this far because we were time efficient. Because if you are not time efficient, I know you won't pass CA. We are now in level 3, so we are time efficient. But let's be more efficient in case study. Let's start by answering the questions that we can. I mean, this one, I know everyone knows this. Let's start with the questions that we think, oh, this one I can do it. And as you can do it, please make sure you don't write plenty because the examiner is looking for something and they will mark it for you, right? So if you talk plenty, it might not even count. All right. Make sure you are writing what you need to write and you're not overwriting. Make sure you're not underwriting too. You get it? As I said, let's be strategic in this. I know, guys, I know very well that we are going to pass this case study. Okay. All right. What else? Yes, so time management. Let's read the case. Please, you are not reading the case in the exam room, okay? So let's read the case. Guys, next week is the exams. So I know by now we already know what is inside the case. Okay. Let's be strategic, right? And please let's write clearly because if you read the examiner's comments, you realize that they are always complaining about the clarity of the handwriting of students, right? In as much as you want to be fast, in as much as you want to finish on time, please be mindful of what you are writing, right? Because you can write the right thing, but the person going to mark might not see it. So write fast, but please make sure that what you're writing is clear enough for someone else to see and mark it for you, right? I know. I am telling you. Please remember this call that I said that all of us are going to pass case study. Okay, so let's start. Let's read the case. We are reading. We are not doing any analysis today. I mean, right now, we are reading the case. When we finish, we'll come back to the top and start looking at it line by line. All right. And unlike the other teaching centers, guys, I'm not going to give us questions. So me, I don't have any question. But what I'm going to do is that I'm going to give you, I mean, in my delivery, I'm going to tell you that please take note of this. If you haven't learned this, please learn it. If you don't know this, please know this, right? That's what I did last sitting. And fortunately for us, we got the best female student, right? Overall best female student from our class. Guys, yes, one of my students got 79 in case study. So we are using the same approach. Please, let's take note of it. So Blue Oil and Gas Marketing Limited is a company that the examiner wants us to look at this setting. Guys, can you please mute when you join so that it won't affect. Okay, all right. So we are starting the best story of Blue Oil and Gas Marketing Limited. And guys, in your explanations, yeah, you can feel free to use the shortcut, right? I mean the BOGML, because writing Blue Oil and Gas Marketing Limited will be very long. Okay, all right. So the birth story of BOGML, although BOGML has started interest, sorry, has business interest in other sectors of the Ghanaian economy, its primary area of operation is in the petroleum industry, with a specific focus on the downstream distribution and retailing of petroleum products segments of that industry. Close observers and participants in Ghana's downstream petroleum industry can attest to the fact that it is a highly challenging sector to operate in. There is a cocktail of underhand dealings, manipulations, and opacity of transactions in this sector. Perhaps this is not peculiar to Ghana, but a common denominator running through Africa and perhaps the global petroleum industry. This assertion is buttressed by Aliko Dangote, one of Africa's foremost industrialists. During a panel discussion at the 31st Afrexim Bank annual meetings held in Bahamas, Dangote, the owner of Dangote Oil Refinery, Africa's biggest oil refinery, shared the key lessons he learned during the process of building the refinery. This was reported by Ghana Web, an Accra-based online news portal, as follows. So, according to Dangote, one of the main lessons during his journey was finding out that there was a cartel that runs the oil industry in Africa. He mentioned that this cartel, which has long existed in the oil industry for decades, has blocked Africans' efforts at developing its own refinery for oil production. Dangote said, I knew there would be a fight, but I didn't know that the mafia in the oil industry was stronger than the mafia in the drugs industry. So the examiner has given us a link to go and read more. Has anybody tried reading the link? Okay, sure. So, therefore, securing the necessary approvals and scaling regulatory hurdles to commence operations as an oil marketing company and a liquefied petroleum gas marketing company can be a daunting task, if not a Gordian knot. It is within this context that the current sole shareholder of BOGML, Dr. Anyimadu Bafo, referred to as the shareholder, and also the managing director, embarked on the mission to operate in the downstream petroleum. From the outset, the shareholders sought to obtain fresh OMC and LMC licenses, but was unsuccessful after 2 years of trying. Sooner than later, the shareholder came to the realization and from reliable sources within the sector that the faster route to obtaining the licenses was for him to acquire already issued licenses. Guys, can you please mute when you join? Okay, thank you. Already issued licenses which are readily available for sale. Following background checks and searches, the shareholder finally managed to acquire an existing license for BOGML for a USD 40,000, both OMC and LMC in January 2017. The officially approved fees for new license for OMC and LMC are 200,000 and 12,000 respectively. After acquiring the necessary licenses, the shareholder became 100% owner of BOGML and began operations. The company has maintained its indigenous identity and has been leveraging its resources, competences, and strategic capabilities to achieve steady growth despite facing headwinds from domestic and international economic factors. The shareholder, who is now in his 40s, holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Administration Accounting from KNUST and has been a member of ICAG for 10 years. After completing his first degree, he began his career in a reputable foreign bank in Ghana, initially joining through national service and later securing a permanent position in the Internal Audit Department. After 10 years, he transitioned to an indigenous bank as head of internal control. However, ethical concerns surrounding sensitive financial and operational matters led him to resign after 2 years. Following this, he took up the role of head of finance at an indigenous OMC, that is oil marketing company, where he witnessed significant regulatory and ethical violations, which led to loan defaults and the sale of the company's collateralized assets. He felt as though he had gone from the frying pan into the fire, moving from ethical challenges at the bank to an even worse situation at the oil marketing company. His experience in the sector sparked the desire to start his own business in the petroleum industry. He realized that many locally owned OMCs, especially the SMEs, were failing due to poor management practices. Despite the fact that the industry is generally profitable, driven by the inelastic demand for petroleum products. In January 2015, with the vision of transforming the narrative around local oil marketing companies and building a multinational downstream petroleum company, he resigned with the intention to start his own business. His long-term goal is to develop a successful indigenous oil and gas marketing and distribution company that can compete with multinationals like Total Energies, Vivo Oil, and Puma Energy. Despite the challenges facing local OMCs, some such as Gore plc, Star Oil, Allied Oil, and Yas Petroleum are performing well, offering hope for the success of locally owned firms in the sector. Let's look at the industry, right? The petroleum industry in Ghana. So, the petroleum industry in Ghana is the backbone of the nation's economy, encompassing a broad spectrum of activities from exploration and production, that is the upstream, to transportation and refining, which is the midstream, and finally to the downstream, which involves distribution and marketing. Since the discovery of oil in commercial quantities in June 2007 and commencement of commercial production in December 2010, the industry has contributed significantly to Ghana's GDP as well as tax revenue. The 2024 budget statement of Ghana estimated the total contribution of oil and gas taxes to tax revenue from 2016 to 2024 to be 166 billion Ghana cedis and 89.64 billion in nominal and real GDP. The contribution of the petroleum sector to direct and indirect employment opportunities in the country cannot be discounted. In the absence of a reliable data on the number of jobs created, at a minimum, it is generally estimated that over 100,000 Ghanaians are employed in the entire value chain of the petroleum industry, either directly or indirectly. In the 1980s and 1990s, Ghana's downstream sector was heavily regulated, with state-owned companies dominating the market. However, economic reforms in the 1990s, led by the government's Economic Recovery Program, led to the liberalization of the petroleum sector, allowing private companies to also participate in the distribution and marketing of petroleum products. Since the 1990s, the downstream petroleum sector has undergone significant transformation, evolving from a state-controlled system to a more liberalized market. In 2005, the petroleum pricing structure was deregulated, intended to allow market forces to determine prices. However, the policy was never fully implemented. The National Petroleum Authority was established in 2005 to champion the deregulation process. It was not finally and fully implemented petroleum price deregulation by allowing the bulk import distribution and export companies, that's the BIDEX, and the OMCs to price their own products. With the deregulation, private companies entered the market, driving competition in distribution and retailing of petroleum products. Further, with the deregulations, OMCs have the opportunity to expand their retail networks, especially in undeserved rural areas. The downstream sector can explore synergies with renewable energy resources, particularly in distribution and retail, to meet Ghana's energy transition goals. There is no gainsaying the fact that the petroleum sector as a whole, because of the sensitive role it plays in national development, can present a national security threat if it is not properly managed. Hence, it is one of the sectors in the country that is heavily regulated to protect its integrity, safety, and prevent any systemic threats that may arise should anything go awry. Consequently, a number of state agencies coalesce to regulate the petroleum sector. These agencies include the NPA, the Ghana Standards Authority, Energy Commission, EPA, and the Ministry of Energy. In the 2023 annual report of a leading multinational competitor in the downstream petroleum sector of Ghana, dated 30th May 2024, the board chair of that competitor addressed key developments. His statement highlighted notable changes and trends within the industry. Portions of the said statements are reproduced below. So the downstream petroleum industry continues to be the cornerstone of the country's economic development. In 2023, the industry was positively impacted by the government of Ghana's Good for Oil G40 program, G4O program, which helped to curb the rising ex-pump prices in the market for the benefit of the motoring public, with a rippling positive effect on the general economy. It further addressed the forex challenge hitherto faced by players in the industry and thereby enhanced fuel supply in the country. The Ghana's plan to scale up fuel supply under the G4O program from 30% in 2023 to 50% of national consumption will positively or potentially enhance product supply further and promote competitive pricing in the market. Also, the introduction of Centure Oil Refinery, the first private oil refinery in the country, is a major boost to ensuring a consistent supply of fuel in the market. This will not reduce dependence on imported refined products, but also reduce the industry's susceptibility to the impact of international market trends. Competition remains keen in the downstream petroleum industry and continues to drive innovation and efficiency. In pursuit of energy sustainability, the downstream petroleum industry is gradually transitioning.
Okay.
bẹ́ẹ̀ mpa ntẹ̀rẹ̀ dípò wọ́nyí.
Ade ampe sikamba.
Dáwọn akọ́tọ̀ yẹ ní ìkọ́ ìdátọ̀ yẹ.
Ebe
Okay. So, in pursuit of energy sustainability, the Ghanaian downstream petroleum industry is gradually transitioning towards diversified and cleaner energy sources. This includes embracing renewable energies such as solar, wind, and hydroelectric power generation to mitigate the environmental impact of fossil fuels. In line with this, the President of Ghana launched the Electronic Vehicles Policy Framework in November 2023 to guide the country's transition into the use of electronic vehicles. This paradigm shift will potentially shape the direction of the industry in the medium to long term as players adapt their operating strategies to the changing needs of the market. Let's talk about the opportunities, the prospects, and the challenges in the downstream petroleum industry. Following price deregularization in the downstream petroleum sector in 2015, there has been an intense price based competition among OMCs, where each company tries to undercut the price to attract customers, right? This situation has been described as price war among the oil marketing companies. Information on prices is readily available to customers for comparison. You know, when you are driving through these OMCs, you see all of them having these digital boards with their prices on them. So if you drive past Goyle, you see that oh, they are selling their super at 13 cedis 50 pesos. You can go to Zen or you can go to Shell or you can go to Puma. However, there are some people who can't buy from any shop just like that, right? So if it's not Shell, they are not buying. If it's not Puma, they are not buying. Or if it's not Gold, they are not buying. But you know, ideally, the rational consumer will go and buy from the OMC that has the least price, right? So while price wars can benefit consumers in the short term by providing lower prices, they can also have negative consequences on the oil marketing companies, particularly and industry as a whole in the long run. In some cases, the OMCs may resort to unsustainable pricing strategies that can lead to financial losses and even business failures. Additionally, price wars can disrupt the market and make it very difficult for companies to invest in infrastructure and improve their services. Although the industry is said to be profitable, the margins are generally low. High sales volumes are key to profitability. So OMCs compete aggressively for customers to drive volumes, leading to intense market rivalry, right? So when you're guys, I'm not doing the analysis, but let me be talking. If you're asked to talk about the five forces of Porter, you know that there is a rivalry here, right? Great. But personally, I don't think five forces will feature in this case because we don't have any indication of okay, we have an indication of barrier to entry, but we don't have anything on bargaining power of customers. I think we do bargaining power of suppliers, rivalry. All right, so let's see. So there are many operators in the downstream petroleum sector. These include the BIDEX, OMCs, storage companies, and LPG marketing companies. Based on MPA statistics, there are 53 BIDEX, 208 OMCs, and 24 storage companies. According to the stats from the MPA and the Energy Commission of Ghana, the total demand for petroleum products in the country has risen significantly, increasing from 1,848 kilotons in 2000 to 4,931 kilotons in 2023. The petroleum products making up the demand include gasoline, that is the petrol, gas oil, that is diesel, aviation turbine kerosene, LPG, kerosene, dual purpose kerosene, and residual fuel oil. Ghana's growing population and expanding transportation and industrial sectors will continue to drive demand for petroleum products. The forecast predicts that the demand for petroleum products will keep growing for the foreseeable future. The demand for finished products is satisfied by a mixture of locally produced and imported products. Over the years, local production of petroleum products significantly declined, while imports increased drastically due to non-functional of the Tema oil refinery. In December 2023, Centure Oil Refinery established a privately owned oil refinery at Tema and began local production of finished products. As a result, the decline in local production is expected to end and rather start increasing in the near future, according to the MPA Petroleum Downstream Statistical Bulletins for Quarter 4 of 2023, Quarter 1 of 2024, and Quarter 2 of 2024. An estimated 149 billion 594,169,000 780 786 and 142,348 metric tons of petroleum products were refined domestically in each respective quarter. This development in the long run should reduce the country's import bill and the demand for foreign currency for imports. However, this is likely to negatively impact BIDEX, whose core business involves importation of finished petroleum products. So what this side is trying to say is that Centio is coming to Ghana, or they have started operations, and we are expecting local production to increase, right? And while local production is increasing, our demand will somehow be met, right? So we are not really going to import more petroleum from outside countries, and that is the sole responsibility of BIDEC, right? So their importation will reduce because we have a local producer refining the oil for us. So we have a table showing the growth in the demand for products for the petroleum products. Another development is the introduction of the Petroleum Hub Development Corporation, which is to build about 3 oil refineries in Ghana between 2030 and 2035, with a total capacity of 900,000 barrels per stream day and expandable to 1.5 million barrels per stream day. These refineries will be located in the western region of Ghana. Guys, you can read about Petroleum Hub. The CEO of Petroleum Hub just got fellowship from ICA. OMCs will have access to more products at a cheaper cost, and demand by consumers is expected to increase as well. Ghana's location makes it a strategic hub for the export of refined petroleum products to neighboring countries, especially the landlocked countries in West Africa. OMCs can take advantage of this to participate in the export business. There is an increasing demand for LPG as a cleaner alternative to biomass for cooking, creating new opportunities for distribution companies. I'm sure you guys have seen adverts from the LPG company. LPG companies, right, advocating that we stop using biomass. I mean, we stop using fossil fuels and we start using LPGs for cooking. Indeed, there remain a large number of households in the peri-urban and rural communities who still depend on charcoal and firewood as their main sources of energy for cooking and heating. As Ghana's oil production continues, there is potential for developing petrochemical industries that use refined petroleum byproducts. Fluctuations in crude oil prices on the global market directly affect the cost of production or the cost of imports that we get into the country, which can lead to price instability, right? The depreciation of the Ghanaian cedi increases the cost of importing petroleum products, impacting prices and profitability. Illegal importation and sale of petroleum products undermine the formal market and lead to revenue losses. Changes in government policy, taxes, and levies in the petroleum sector have negatively affected business operations and profitability. Guys, it is clear, or it is more probable, that we are going to have SWOT analysis or PESO analysis. So let's take note, because there are a lot of things that, or we have more argument or more things that is queuing us to SWOT. And you know that when you are doing SWOT, it means that you can do PESO, because SWOT has PESO, right? The opportunities and threats aspect of SWOT is your PESO analysis. Okay. So globally, OMC's model of doing business is to operate a 24/7 throughout the week. Unfortunately, due to several instances of armed robberies, especially at night, and sometimes broad daylight robberies at the filling stations, most OMCs in Ghana are not operating 24/7 round the clock. OMCs have lost millions of Ghana cedis as well as precious lives. Companies that have continued to operate 24/7 have made huge investments in in-house and outsourced private security to provide protection for its workers. In some cases, huge sums of monies are paid by OMCs to the Ghana Police Service to provide their workers with security and protection. It is estimated that millions of Ghana cedis in revenue is lost annually by the companies that are unable to afford security to operate at night. These OMCs operate from 5 a.m. to 9 p.m. Insecurity remains one of the major challenges for OMCs, and the state is yet to find a permanent solution to this menace. I like the way that the examiner is, every now and then trying to set or trying to produce the case in our contest, right? At first, the cases used to be like they were foreign cases, right? But now they are trying to come to our level, right? So everything is in our context so that you understand it. I'm sure most of us understand what the examiner is saying by all of this. Another challenge that has and continues to plague downstream petroleum sector, and which particularly affects the indigenous SMEs, OMCs, is the issue of adulteration of fuel sold at the stations. Recently, one of the presenters went to a fuel station at Timpoku, right? And it was alleged that they have changed the scale, right? So if you are buying 1 liter, you're not really going to get 1 liter. You're going to get something lesser than 1 liter, even though you are paying for 1 liter. I don't know if someone or anyone saw that video. Also, people are also alluding that some companies even add water to the fuel and all of that. So unsuspecting and innocent motoring public have suffered consequences of damaging their car engines after buying fuels from some of these local AMCs. This has
Derek, please come and help me.
this has contributed significantly to affecting customer confidence in indigenous SMEs or SME OMCs. This has clearly affected the demand for petroleum products from indigenous OMCs, even for the genuine ones, right? This is a major challenge confronting the indigenous SME OMCs, which unfortunately the regulators have not been able to successfully nip in the bud. The government of Ghana, through MPA, has introduced LPG cylinder recirculation model policy to replace the current model where consumers take their own cylinders to LPG stations for refilling. The government is pushing the LPG cylinder recirculation model to enhance safety standards and increase LPG penetration rate in the country. The government is concerned with the safety of most of the existing LPG stations due to past fire explosions in the communities. It is estimated that about 89 persons died or got injured from reported cases involving LPG explosions between 2007 and 2017. In 2016, there were LPG explosions at Trade Fair in Accra and Tenga in the Bali district of the northern region of Ghana. The year 2017 also recorded the atomic junction gas explosion that wreaked major havoc in the catchment communities. Under the CRM, that is the cylinder recirculation model policy, consumers are not required to own cylinders. Filled cylinders would be made available at some identifiable exchange points for customers to pay for the gas and pick up the filled cylinders. This is expected to eliminate LPG stations located within major communities and permanently avoid gas explosions that have occurred in the past, as well as increase LPG usage rates in the country. The CRM program was rolled out in September 2023 in Accra and Kumasi and will gradually spread across the country. The CRM is expected to run side by side with the current distribution model until it is phased out completely at a future date yet to be determined by the NPA. The NPA has stated that the implementation of the CRM was to ensure that at least 50% of Ghanaians have access to safe, clean, and environmentally friendly LPG gas by 2030. The statement concerning CRM policy is contained on the website of the NPA, and same is accessible via the link that the examiner has provided to us. There's a fight here. The LPG Marketers Association of Ghana want to fight the government, and they are vehemently opposed to the CRM policy on the basis that millions of dollars of investments made in their LPG stations will go down the drain, and that thousands of Ghanaians being employed would be made redundant. Because if you are saying that the LPG stations in the communities are going to be demolished so that we'll get a place which is outside the communities where people will come and pick up their cylinders, then what happened to the investment that they have made within the communities, right? The LPG Marketers Association of Ghana has stated that the LPG sector is a critical provider of employment for over 10,000 Ghanaians, including 8,000 direct and 2,000 indirect jobs. In a press statement, these guys underscored the fact that their members have invested over 400 million US dollars in the industry, with around 60% financed through bank loans. Should the CRM policy be implemented, most of the loans will become bad, and this will have dire implications for the survival of the affected banks. The non-performing loans of the banks will increase significantly, and this may create systemic problems in the banking sector of Ghana. Credit to the private sector may be cut back by the banks, thereby denying businesses critical funding for growth and employment. These guys are making sense, right? The global petroleum industry is constantly in the state of flux as new technologies are emerging with disruptive potential, and the recently heightened fear of all-out war in the Middle East between Israel and Iran, one of the major members of OPEC, that is the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, right? Since mid-November 2023, Houthi rebels in the Middle Eastern country of Yemen have been attacking shipping in the Red Sea, firing drones and missiles, and in some cases, boarding and seizing vessels. The Houthis, who are backed by Iran, say the attacks are in solidarity with their Palestinian allies in Hamas. The attacks on the Red Sea route have forced shipping companies to use longer alternatives for transporting goods across the world. These alternative routes would add thousands of miles and days of travel time to their journey, costing companies millions of dollars in extra fuel and other costs. Because if ordinarily they would have used a very short route for the vessels, now they are using a longer route. That would mean if they are using fuel, that would be longer fuel, right? And longer cost, additional cost to the companies. The situation is seriously affecting the prices of imported refined petroleum products in many countries that depend on imports to satisfy the domestic demand. Emerging markets, particularly in Asia and Africa, provide growth potential for downstream operators. With rising populations and urbanization, the demand for transportation fuels and other refined products is expected to remain robust, allowing companies to expand their refining and distribution capacities in these regions. Guys, look at the time that we are using to read this case. It is not prudent at all for us to go and read the case in the exams room. It is not. Okay. So please, if you haven't read the case, if you haven't familiarized yourself with the case, once again, please, we still have time. I know some of you are writing other papers, but please get time because we have used more than 30 minutes and we are at 6 out of 15 pages. Please don't go and read the case there. When you go, you will see additional information that the examiner has added. Please, that should be your focus. All right. Let's continue. So, the global energy transition towards renewable energy resources poses a major threat to the downstream petroleum industry. This may affect the OMCs that are unresponsive to the movement towards cleaner energy resources. As countries, sources. As countries increasingly prioritize the reduction of carbon emissions, stricter environmental regulations are being imposed on refining operations, thereby increasing operational cost. The push for electric vehicles also threatens long-term demand for gasoline and diesel, particularly in developed markets, as electric vehicles adoption accelerates. This will soon be the situation in developing countries as well. Let's now move on to the main man, BOGML, their humble beginnings. Since the company launched onto downstream petroleum sectors since in 2017, it has made modest gains, albeit below the expectations of the shareholder, who also doubles to be the managing director. Despite the challenging business climate and tough terrain in the downstream petroleum sector, the dedication, the commitment, the passion of the managing director have ensured that the company has survived the business journey so far. Again, the combined experiences in the banking and downstream petroleum sectors have proven extremely useful in maneuvering through the labyrinth of the oil business. At the start of the company, the shareholder was very mindful to set the tone and practices that will endure and put the company on a sound path to success. Therefore, he did not compromise on certain values and principles which he believes would shape the success or failure of the company in the future. These values include strict adherence to and respect for time, strict respect for deadlines, working exceptionally hard and for long hours, and enforcement of strict discipline by adhering to directives. He believes and the military mantra, obey before you complain. Perhaps this may be traced to the fact that the shareholders the shareholder is the son of a retired senior military officer of the Ghana Armed Forces, and he was raised in the Burma camp under military values. The shareholder began business with four pioneering workers recruited on full-time basis, and the staff strength gradually increased to a little over 100. Of the four workers who began the company, three have resigned. The pioneering team of workers began addressing the shareholder as a commander in chief. I mean, the four people that started the company, they started addressing the chief executive officer or the managing director as a commander in chief, not because he had a career in the army or military, but because of his zero tolerance for indiscipline and deviation from acceptable standards. That title has become famous about the MD, as new workers of the company are told about the militaristic approach adopted by the shareholder to work. He usually reports to work latest by 6 a.m., even sometimes 5:30 a.m., and closes normally after 8 p.m., even though the normal working period is from 8 to 5 p.m. In the early years of the company, especially the first 4 years, he usually went to the front desk where the attendance book is kept to ensure that employees who reported to work after 8 a.m. recorded the right time. All right, some people, even if they come at 8, they write 7:59. Sometimes you have 10 people writing 7:59 because no one wants to get themselves into trouble, right? All right. So this guy will go there and go and check. So he come and sit at the reception so that if you come at 8, you write 8. If you come at 8:30, you write the right time that you have come. Employees who reported late to work are required to provide on-the-spot explanation. If the explanation given does not satisfy the shareholder, he imposes a penalty in the form of deduction from the salary of the affected worker at the end of the month. He prevented workers from closing at 5 p.m. by assigning additional tasks or scheduling meetings after that time. Who does that? Often extending the workday until 8 p.m. His extent was to ensure that no one finished their workday before 7 p.m. Those who managed to sneak out and their absence noticed by the shareholder after 5 p.m. were reprimanded the following day. Although this approach has helped the company to grow, it caused high labor turnover, as workers who resigned cited long hours of work as one major reason for their exit. High labor turnover was even worse among married female workers who were not happy staying away from work for long hours. But the shareholder clearly felt a strong personal attachment to the company as it grew and achieved modest success. He made employees to believe that without him, the company would not survive, implying that the company's future depended entirely on him, with workers merely there to support his efforts. This attitude was upsetting to many employees as they felt their contributions and roles were not even recognized. As a result, staff motivation clearly declined, and as a sense of the despondency spread within the company. The company initially located its head office at Tema, but in January 2024, they moved the operations to Accra. The company used the first year 2017 to acquire various licenses from MPA and local assemblies to ensure a start operation. One major obstacle that the company faced was acquisition of land within Greater Accra, Western, Volta, and Eastern regions for siting its failing stations. There were issues of land litigations, astronomically expensive land, advantage or prime locations, and due to limited financial resources, the company could not afford to acquire and construct its own stations. The company, therefore, decided to rent already existing filling stations, which appear to be reasonable and affordable. However, this model is fraught with uncertainties for the company. The practice is that new entrants into the OMC space would usually approach the owners of these existing stations to offer them higher amounts. Once this happens, the owner do not renew the tenancy agreement or sometimes terminate it. The company is therefore forced to cease operations of the affected stations. In its almost 8 years of existence, oh guys. In its almost 8 years of existence, the company has suffered this fate with some of its stations. So what they are trying to say here is that a PSR will have her own filling station, right, at a vantage point. But Christian will have more money to come and give it to the owner of that property, right? So to the extent that if IKEA rented the space for, let's say, 5 years, when the 5 years is up, the owner of the property or the owner of the land won't be willing to renew it because someone has come to offer them a higher amount, right? Great. So let's talk about the products of the company and their services. The main petroleum products sold by BOGML are gasoline, that is the petrol, gas oil, which is diesel, LPG, and kerosene. These products have posted varied degrees of performance over the years. Guys, let me tell you one thing, even before we continue, even though we are just reading on, that please learn the assessment of strategic business units, the Boston Consulting Group, the Shell metrics, the General Electronic McKinsey metrics, all those strategic business unit assessment models. Please learn all of them, with the exception of the Montanari and Breaker, which relates to public sector. Even that, please learn it. Because if I were to be the examiner, I would ask that what should be the assessment tool, all right, if BOGML was a public sector entity, right? So let's learn all of those things, right? So these products have posted varied degrees of performance over the years because I am guessing that is going to be in the additional information. The other services on offer at the various filling stations are mini-mart, loop services for servicing of cars, and washing bays. These services are assessed separately or are considered as strategic business units. Great. The company has also diversified into other businesses in other sectors. The company provides commercial transport services. They sell fuel. Which people come and buy fuel? Commercial drivers and individual drivers. Now, they have started venturing into commercial services. What is it called? Is it a vertical integration or a horizontal integration? Is it a backward integration or a forward integration, right? And a real estate construction business where it constructs apartments for both renting and outright sale to potential homeowners. These are separate, there are separate senior managers in charge of each of these businesses. So, guys, as I said, when you are reading, especially when you have read your notes, you will see a whole lot of things in the case. Fortunately for you, if you see a lot of things, not everything is going to come, right? But at least the things that you have seen, some of them will come. Let's look at the strategy and the operations of BOGML. Sorry. Fully aware of the intense competition in the downstream petroleum sector and the challenges of penetrating the market, the shareholder adopted a simple strategy by offering its product at prices slightly lower than those of the market leaders. So it means that BOGML is not the market leader, particularly oil and star oil. Furthermore, to address the perception among consumers, guys, perception, guys, what comes to mind? We have spoken about price. We are talking about perception. Guys, which model comes to mind? I need someone to help me before we even continue. Who is helping us?
It's the Bowman clock strategy.
Exactly. Nat, thank you very much. The Bowman clock strategy. The strategic clock of Bowman. I always talk about dimensions, right? What you use to draw your model. And the dimensions of that clock is price and perceived value or perceived benefit. So here the examiner is telling, they are giving us a clear indicator that Munshe Bowman's clock can come, or it is likely that it will come, unless the examiner want to deceive us. But guys, this is clear. But please, let's be prudent, right? Let's be prudent to learn it than we saying that, oh, it might not come, so we won't learn it. Let's continue. So, furthermore, to address the perception among consumers that indigenous small and medium-sized oil marketing companies adulterate their product and thereby compromising the quality, the MD ensured that quality was adhered to. He issued third warning to the workers at the various stations not to contemplate adulterating the products on his blind side. In this regard, he had a trusted team of inspectors who regularly pay unannounced visits to various stations to collect fuel samples for testing for any trace of adulteration. In fact, he also sent mystery customers or shoppers, right? I mean, a lot of service companies do that. So they want to know how their employees are treating customers. So they'll bring mystery shoppers. So they'll come, someone will come. The banks, especially, they do that. If you ask the bankers, they will tell you that, especially the marketers, the customer service officers, someone they will be there, be asking you questions, right? The person will try to, make you angry just to see how you react. And there are companies doing that, right? So this guy will bring mystery shoppers at the various stations to buy fuel and provide feedback on a sign of adulteration. The company has also invested in a monitoring software that monitors the activities of the workers, the fuel attendants at the various filling stations. One challenge with this system is the unreliable internet connectivity that results in frequent downtime, thereby impacting on the data gathered by the system. It is also believed that workers are unhappy with the monitoring system and sometimes attempt to tamper with it to prevent it from working as intended. Indeed, the shareholder has indicated that as a result of the measures and controls put in place, there has not been a single customer complaint either to the company or to the regulator. The MD believes that the strategy is gradually yielding results as sales from various existing stations continues to see an average annual growth of no less than 10%. As a result of penetration pricing strategy adopted, the company is contending
which reduce margins, and in response, it is extremely strict on cost control. So these guys want to penetrate into the market. Because of that, they have reduced their prices, right? If you reduce your price, it means that your sales is going to go down. One way to be profitable is reducing your cost as well, because you know that if your cost also reduces, your profits might also go up. So they are trying to, control their cost. The shareholder keeps close tab on the administrative, station, and staff cost. The company has maintained low salaries, which is very bad, and wages for the permanent and contract workers, respectively, despite agitation by workers for salaries to be increased. The company ensures that it recruits from within the localities where the stations are located, and intend to select people who are living closer to the filling station. This is to avoid paying huge transportation allowance, right? Remember that when we were talking about CSR, we said that for companies to fulfill their corporate social responsibilities, they can hire people within the localities, right? Within the communities where they're operating. But this guy, that's not his intentional. You might think that he's doing that for CSR purposes, but he's doing that so that he doesn't pay huge transportation allowance. Over 70% of the attendants at the filling stations are hired on contract basis, usually 6 months renewable contract. The packages offered to contract workers are 40% cheaper compared to that of permanent workers. After all, the company has a large pool of CVs, just like other companies, from which it is able to fill any vacancies. If you like, go. When you go today, someone will come today. That arises quickly. The shareholder admits that employment rate in the country is high. The downside of this arrangement is that the company has observed a trend of high rates of stealing among the contract workers. On the part of the permanent employees, both at the head office and at the stations, the shareholder says that he can feel a visible sense of low staff morale. However, he indicates that under the circumstances of low margins and for the company to survive, the company cannot afford any significant increase in the salaries of workers. The shareholder adds that he needs money for further investment and cannot afford to start dishing out money. That's why he calls it dishing out money to workers when he has not received dividends so far. Therefore, the labor turnover is roughly 30% and 60% among permanent and contract staff, respectively. Since 2018, the company has successfully operationalized 12 outlets across 4 regions, that is Greater Accra, Eastern Region, Volta Region, and the Western Region. The three main constraints restricting the opening of more stations have been limited financial resources. Guys, funding has come here. Finding suitable existing stations in the terms of locations and slow pace, which regulators grant licenses and approvals. The ultimate objective of the company is to be able to acquire litigation freelance through long-term leases and construct its own stations. The company also has 4 LPG stations located across the same regions. Again, the company runs mini marts, loop services, and washing bays attached to some of the stations depending on their locations and the demand by customers. Mini marts, loop services, and washing bays are staffed with contract workers under the direct supervision of station managers. All the stations are leased under various contracts ranging from 3 years to 10 years. As stated earlier, the company has previously lost 3 stations to its rivals. Since location is very important for the distribution and retailing of fuel, the company has always been very meticulous and patient in selecting filling stations to lease or rent. Guys, lease or rent. Invariably, The company believes that given the sales performance of each of the stations, the locations have contributed significantly to its modest success, especially in the face of stiff competition. It is not surprising that the new entrants are always trying to lure the landlords into terminating existing agreements in favor of the rivals. Each of the stations is manned by a station manager who is always a permanent staff. Initially, the company adopted a 24/7 round the clock operations, not being oblivious to the danger of armed robbery. The company was eager to maximize its revenue as much as possible. Unfortunately, the company recorded two incidents of robbery in 2022 involving an amount in excess of 2,000 Ghana cedis, which was recovered under insurance. Consequently, the company decided to change its operations from 5 a.m. sorry to 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. LPG gas operates from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Depending on the size of the filling station, the number of workers typically ranges from 5 to 10. This staffing level compares favorably with that of rival companies, reflecting the company's focus of maintaining low cost. Workers directly attached to the filling stations and mini-marts run shift by working 24 hours and going off every other day. All the contract workers are provided the company prescribed uniforms with their names inscribed in them. The policy also applies to permanent workers below certain grades. On the contrary, permanent workers at the station above certain grades are free to use dresses of their choice. This segregation has been questioned by the affected workers, who visibly appear not to be happy, especially permanent workers, but so far nothing has been done about it by the company. The cultural web, right? Despite limited financial resources, the company successfully acquired two petroleum tankers and one LPG tanker using finance lease in 2021. This solved the problem of depending on unreliable outsourced tankers for transporting products to various filling stations. Disadvantages of outsourcing. Guys, every line that you read, you see something. But as I said, the examiner is not bringing everything. Okay, so let's read the notes. The company generates some additional income by transporting products for other OMCs when the tankers are not engaged by the company. Because the tankers are new, their performance has been excellent, and they have also contributed to reducing their transportation cost by 30%. That's a strength when you're doing SWOT analysis. The tankers are equipped with a state-of-the-art tracking system and devices to prevent any possible diversion by drivers, as it is usually the practice in the industry. The industry is the seat of many unscrupulous individuals who are eager to take advantage of any lapses in the system. Diversions attract severe sanctions and penalties by MPA, who is the regulator. A financial analyst who has followed the investment portfolio of the shareholder has openly expressed his unhappiness about the MD's consistent failure to conduct detailed financial feasibility studies in making investments in the stations. Analysis such as payback period, accounting rate of return, MPV, and IRR were not carried out to determine whether the investment will maximize the shareholder value. Guys, once again, let's take ARR, MPV, IRR, payback, discounted payback. Let's look at the investment appraisal methods because it is likely that the examiner will bring them. Due to the regulated nature of OMCs, the company has meticulous standard and well-defined work processes at all the filling stations and gas stations. Every worker is required to follow the standard operating procedures dogmatically without any question. Remember the do before complain nature of the shareholder. These procedures are largely sanctioned by the regulator and are intended to secure maximum safety at all times because of the high risks of fire and explosions at any least mistake. Any deviation from the standard procedure attracts sanctions, including dismissal, since such violations are considered a gross misconduct. Finally, the company holds regular operations meetings every Monday to review the previous work's activities and every Friday to plan for the coming week. These meetings have proven useful to the success of the company. After Friday meetings, the MD personally organizes pork party for the members of the operations to wind down the week. Let's look at the financial performance of the company. So despite the passion and efforts put in the business by the shareholder, the company is yet to break into the top 20 companies with leading market share. The company's overall market share is just below 1% as compared to the market leader, who has 11.68% as at the end of quarter 2 of 2024. Financially, the company has seen a cocktail of good, average, and bad performances in the areas of profitability, liquidity, efficiency, and gearing. The company made net loss after tax in the first 2 years of its operation, that is 2017 and 2018. Subsequently, it made marginal net profit of 400,000 Ghana cedis in 2019 and 700,000 Ghana cedis in 2020. The 2020 profit performed below the expectation because of COVID-19 negative impact on demand as a result of restrictions on the movement of people and goods. In 2021, the company earned 2 million Ghana cedis net profit after tax. That was marvelous. Guys, give me a minute. All right. So the improved performance was due to new stations and recovery from COVID-19 negative effects. The best of the company's performance came in 2022 when it posted a record net profit after tax of 3.5 million Ghana cedis due to 4 stations that came on board at the beginning of 2022 and other cost-cutting measures adopted by the company. The biggest financial setback for the company happened in 2023 when it recorded a loss after tax of 3.2 million. That was wow. Moving from profit after tax of 3.5 million to a loss of 3.2 million. So the loss came about because of impairment of an asset of 6.5 million owed to the company by the previous owner. This debt was discovered following national security investigations into OMCs that have failed to pay taxes and margins owed to the state. NPA wrote to the company in 2020 about the debt. Subsequently, the company recognized the debt in its books as a receivable and a regulatory liability, respectively, during 2021, 2022, and 2020, 2021 and 2022 audits. The auditors proposed to make impairment allowance for the receivable, but the company persuaded the auditors that the previous owner of BOGML was willing to pay the debt, but he has failed to do so. In 2023, auditors proposed an impairment allowance of 6.5 million, but the managing director disagreed. Auditors then issued a draft qualified opinion. To avoid a qualified opinion, the MD, who was very reluctant to accept the auditor's view, subsequently allowed the impairment to be passed into the statement of comprehensive income, and that's how come they got their loss. The MD is furious about this whole situation and believes that the auditors do not appreciate his work at all. He has decided not to renew the contract of the auditors. He says that you do me, I do you, as it is said in local parlance, to wet tit for tat. He knows the auditors will be losing an audit fees of about 80,000 Ghana cedis. Meanwhile, in 2020, the company entered into payment agreements with MPA to clear the 6.5 million owed the state by the end of 2022. The company has so far paid 2 million. MPA is threatening to revoke the trading license of the company. Yet, auditors said nothing about this, either in their management letter or in their opinion. The shareholder is confident that the company will bounce back with a big bang in 2024 regarding its performance and position. A summary of the financial ratios of the company is indicated here. So we have the performance from 2019 to 2023. Let's talk about the corporate purpose, the vision, the mission, the values, the CSFs, and the KPIs of the company. In developing the purpose of the company in terms of its vision, mission, values, and strategic objectives, the shareholder was very mindful of the critical success factors that underpin competitive advantage in the downstream petroleum sector globally. I saw this and I was laughing, right? Because it's a likely examinable question. Remember Johnson and School's critical success factor indicators, please. Right. So he had a management consultant who assisted the company in developing its corporate purpose. The details of the corporate vision, mission, and values, as well as the CSFs and the KPIs, are outlined below. So we have the vision statement, the mission statement, the values, and the CSFs and the KPIs. Let's move on to talk about the management and organizational structure. But before we do, the examiner is asking us to note that the KPIs were developed solely by the shareholder. At the inception of the company, all workers reported directly to the shareholder when the company was starting, right? Guys, let's think about this very well, because when we are talking about it, when we are analyzing it, I just hope that you appreciate it well. He personally allocated roles and responsibilities to workers and directly supervised their work. Remember, we said that he first appointed 4 people. So these guys were not given any designated official titles, and they were not provided with any JDs, that is job descriptions. In fact, they were interviewed and employed by word of mouth. That's come and work for us. They were not provided employment contracts, but they were told of their monthly salaries. The shareholders' approach was more focused on getting work accomplished through teamwork. It does not matter who does the work, so long as the work gets performed in his philosophy. He was the only boss in the company. All other workers were co-equals. Some workers were unhappy because they felt that the MD only cared about the work and not the well-being of the employees. They believed they could have contributed more if the MD had provided them with a bit more motivation and attention. The MD took exclusive control and responsibility for all matters relating to the company's finances, including the preparation of monthly management accounts and year-end financial statements. He maintains and manages the general ledger using Microsoft Excel. However, over the years, Excel has become inadequate due to increasing volumes of transactions. But because of cost control, this man is saying that he does not want to invest in automated general ledger system. In fact, external auditors have even flagged this issue in the management letter that due to the manual nature of the Excel, there were numerous errors in the financial statement for which audit adjustments were raised. Since 2017, the number of employees has grown to over 100. It is evident that the shareholder is finding it difficult to provide effective direction, leadership, and control for both the head office staff and those spread across various filling and gas stations throughout the country. Reluctantly, in 2020, the managing director decided to introduce some modifications to the organizational structure of the company while ensuring that he gets more power to be retained, right, as much as possible. So that he will use that to make consistent or to make decisions that are consistent with his approach that he adopted from the beginning of the company. He created about 3 positions: the head of operations, the head of resources, that is human resources, and the head of finance. Remember, we said that when the company was starting, 4 people started, right? But out of the 4, 3 left. So the last person that was there was promoted to be the head of operations. And he was in charge of all the stations. The station managers reported to him directly. He also promoted one of the long-serving employees who has been assisting him with HR issues to the position of the head of HR. However, in keeping with his long-held view, he appointed himself as head of finance while promoting a lady to the position of deputy head of finance, whose responsibilities, among others, include posting transactions, preparing bank recons, and other routine financial transactions. He continues to be responsible for all approvals of all payments, preparing financial statements and management accounts. Overall, as managing director, the shareholder ensures that all major decisions in the company are made exclusively by him and, where necessary, seek expert advice. He believes that the downstream petroleum sector is fluid and dynamic, and therefore decisions need to be made quickly for results to be achieved. This is getting bulky, but let's try as much as possible to wrap up so that we start the analysis. Recently, the head of operations complained of too much workload, which is causing some operational lapses. This issue has reached the board, which has put in place recently. In this regard, the board is proposing appointment of managers for each of the regions where the company operates, that is, regional managers. These managers will be assigned the sales performance targets. Guys, do you remember corporate pay renting? My God. And they should report to the head office through the head of operations. The board believes that this will create higher sense of ownership, responsibility, and clear accountability among the managers. Head office functional unit will provide support for all regional managers. Corporate parenting. The managing director is currently not enthused about this proposal by the board, as he fears losing control over the operations of the company. He is the commander-in-chief of BOGML, and it must be remain so. Finally, the company does not have an internal audit unit, a red flag, a risk unit, a red flag, due to the cost-cutting strategy that they have employed. The functions of internal audit and risk unit are currently being performed jointly by the operations and finance, which is also another red flag. The MD believes that his audit and finance background will allow him to manage some of the audit and risk functions. Let's talk about the board and corporate governance matters. So the board recently appointed by the shareholder has 6 members, 5 which are non-executive directors, and 1 which is the sole shareholder, which is an executive director. All the non-executive directors were appointed by Dr. Enyim Edubafor, who is the board chair, the shareholder, and the MD, and the head of finance. All the non-executive directors, except just 1, are his close associates, both in and outside the petroleum industry of Ghana. That non-executive director, Dr. Halima Tusadia, who happens not to have any prior relationship or association with the shareholder, is a director appointed based on advice the shareholder got from the Ghana Institute of Directors after he approached them for assistance in that direction. This woman is an astute petrochemical economist and has contributed immensely to the success of leading indigenous oil marketing companies in Ghana. So, because this woman does not have any close associations with the MD, she's the one that has been worrying him on the board. Another board member, Mr. Stanley Amenuvuvi, is a lawyer by profession who has specialized in energy and petroleum law in Ghana. He has served as advisor to several clients over the years. He has 10 years experience in his area of specialization. The remaining 3 non-executive directors are bankers, occupying middle-level managerial roles in finance and accounting, corporate banking, and internal audit, respectively. Board decisions are typically unanimous, though on rare occasions where there have been dissenting opinions, they have consistently come from Dr. Halima Tusadia. Guys, this is the person who do not have any close association with the board chair. For instance, recently, the MD tabled a proposal to expand the operations of the company to Arusha, Tanzania, and Cape Town, South Africa in 2026. All the directors, because they are familiar with the chair, supported the decision, except Dr. Halima Sadia. The reason for her dissension was recorded in the board minutes as follows. I am of a strong opinion that the proposed expansion should be put on hold because of current financial constraints, unfavorable global economic conditions, as well as the fact that the MD did not support the proposal with financial analysis, such as the NPV, to determine the viability of expansion. So we have the board members here. We have 2 subcommittees. Even though they didn't have an internal audit function, they have an audit committee. They have a risk committee. So we have the audit committee, Stanley Amenuvuve, Anyim Edubafor, who is the board chair, Halima Tusadia, and Mrs. Mavis Nana McClinton, also a member of that committee. And it is their function to oversee the integrity of the accounting and financial reporting system and reporting to the board on these matters. We also have the risk committee, whose chairman is the shareholder, who doubles to be the MD and also the head of finance. So he's supported by Owula Blebi and Amadede, and also Halima Tusadia. The board met at least 6 times during the year of the appointment, which is in accordance to best practices, right? Because the Companies Act proposes that companies board meets at least once a quarter. So at least once a quarter will mean that for the whole year they are supposed to meet 4 times, right? So if they are meeting 6 times, it's okay. And the committees met at least 4 times in the year. Board members receive 20,000 Ghana cedis and 10,000 Ghana cedis per plenary and per committee meetings respectively. Following completion of the 2023 statutory audit, the auditors issued a management letter to management and those charged with governance. The following are the key issues in this management letter. So the following directors, Owula Bleubi, Amadede, and Mavis Nanama Clinton, attended and received board allowances for 2023, but their names were not officially registered with the Office of Registrar of Companies. And two other directors officially registered did not attend the board meetings in 2023. So they are recommending, or their recommendation is for the company to take steps to update the official records. Also, the company has not appointed a secretary to the board, and the evidence shows that the MD himself now is the secretary, was the person who took minutes of board meetings for 2023, and they recommend that they appoint a secretary as soon as possible. Payment of board allowance without appropriate tax being withheld and paid to the Ghana Revenue Authority. The recommendation was that they pay the appropriate taxes to GRA. And also, the company has significant corporate income taxes outstanding, right? Which is attracting interest and penalties that may pose significant business risks to the company. Auditors recommend that they take appropriate steps to pay the outstanding liabilities. Let's talk about ESG, that's environmental and social considerations. In line with the global trend towards transition to cleaner energy, the company has a medium-term plan to diversify its business away from fossil fuel, that is petroleum products. The company plans to enter solar energy markets by providing the service to domestic and commercial consumers. The company also intends to build electric vehicle charging stations in readiness for expected increase in demand for EVs. These proposed businesses are capital intensive and would require huge commitment of funds to achieve the dream. The company plans to use a mixture of debt and equity to finance these new businesses. So the examiner can ask you the avenues or the sources of debt finances or equity finances that BOGML can go for. The company plans to diversify its business into cleaner energy resources or sources and take advantage of the government's tax policy. The policy includes a 5-year tax holiday and an exemption from VAT on imported materials and equipment for cleaner energy projects. The company has been given back to the society some of its profit by offering scholarship to very brilliant but needy children in its catchment. The company also donates cylinders to households who cannot afford to buy as part of its contribution in reducing the use of charcoal and firewood, which will reduce the rate of deforestation and promote sustainability agenda in Ghana. Lastly, as part of fulfilling the shareholders' ambition of building a multinational OMC, the shareholders decided to expand to Arusha, as we already seen, Tanzania, and Cape Town by 2026. The shareholder has chosen the two cities because he loves their cold weather. The board, by majority decision, approved this expansion. The shareholder has stated that he is working on raising necessary funds and obtaining regulatory approvals in these countries. He intends to start 2 stations in each of the countries, right? Great. So this is the end of the case. Guys, we have used over an hour to read the case. You can't afford to read the case in the exams room. You don't have the time. We have the luxury of time today. So let's take a 15 minutes break, guys, because I'm sure the case reading has been very boring. So let's re-energize ourselves and come back to talk about the case, analyze it line by line. So please, let's resume at exactly 11. Please, we are starting exactly 11, where we talk about it line by line. All right, I'll see you guys. Okay, so let's start by looking at the issues in the question.
we've already started by looking at the case, right? So main as and when I'll be referring us to the notes, maybe I will switch the notes to show it to us what I mean, especially those of us who haven't read the aspect of the syllabus I'm going to talk about. So um, okay. So in the first page, we're introduced to the company and their story, right? And one thing that I want us to take note of, right? Please, as I'm talking, please be putting down some notes, right? Especially, I mean, just small short notes, especially you haven't, if you have read it, fine, but if you haven't read it, fine. Do you guys remember that one of the things that the examiner introduced this to this syllabus is the aspect of an extension to the value chain analysis. Okay, an extension to the value chain analysis. Please give me a second. Let me open my notes. All right. So this is what I'm talking about. Okay. So originally we have our value chain activities. So we have the primary value chain activities, which are the inbound logistics, the outbound logistics, the operations, the marketing and sales, and the service. I hope we know the explanation for all of these, right? When it comes to the secondary activities, you have procurement, tech, HR, and corporate infrastructure. Now, we learned that the examiner has extended the value chain analysis to the extent or to the parts where we are considering companies or we are considering industries that have, let's say, just like an oil extraction company that has an oil exploration, a refining, which is the midstream, and also transportation, that is downstream, right? So let's know how to situate the value chain analysis to this point, right? The question wasn't really about the upstream or the downstream, sorry, the upstream and the midstream, but it was about the downstream. Okay, so please let's revise notes on this. Remember, I was coloring them with yellow, right? Those of us that do not have the notes, when we finish the class, you can send me a test so that I share them with you, right? Great. So that is one aspect that I think might come around what we are looking at. And also the line that
The shareholder is the same as the managing director. I am sure most of us are aware that that raises a red flag when it comes to corporate governance, because best practices of corporate governance indicates that no one should have unfettered powers, right? When it comes to the person being the MD, the person being the chairman of the board and all of that, right? So in case the examiner asks us about your comments on the corporate governance issues, I mean, I want us to do it line by line. That is why I don't want to say it in aggregation. Also, let's know how important licenses are, right? Remember, we spoke about franchising, we spoke about licenses, right? We spoke about leases and all of that. The case is telling us that this guy was trying to get license, right? But he didn't get some until he bought an already existing licenses. This The shareholder is also a member of the ICAG. Okay, so that brings us to ethics and strategy, especially for the accountant, right? So I'm sure this is something that we already know, but please let's revise our notes on ethical dilemma, our notes on the Takes model, right? That what are the purpose or what are the ethical decision-making models that are available to Eyumedu when he faced ethical issues, right? Because remember that we said that he resigned because he faced ethical decisions, right? With the Takes 5 question model, we said that whenever an accountant is faced with an ethical dilemma, they should ask themselves if the stance that they want to take is fair, if it is profitable, if it is legal, if it is right, and if it is sustainable or environmentally sound. We also have another model, which is the AAA, which also requires that accountants ask themselves about 7 questions. If I remember, the first one is what are the facts? What are the ethical issues? What are the moral principles? What are the alternative course of actions that are available, right? What course of action is the best for the accountant to take? What are the consequences of each possible action that the accountant will take? And finally, what is the decision that the accountant will make, right? Great. Let's also know the IFAC or the IESBA's ethical requirements that require accountants to have 5 principles of ethics, right? So integrity, confidentiality, and whatnot. Let's also know the threats to confidentiality, the threats to objectivity, the threats to the principles, right? And the safeguards to the threat. Guys, this is just something that I am adding, right? This is something that I'm just adding. It might be something that we have not seen. Another thing that I want us to take note of, which will require that we once again read the case, is PESO analysis or SWOT analysis, as I indicated earlier. When you do your PESO, right? In fact, when you are doing PESO and you realize that, oh, the question, or when we go to the exam room and realize that it's SWOT analysis that the question wants us to do, we've not lost at all, because we can use that SWOT analysis, or we can use the PESO analysis to do SWOT. All right, great. So I want us to go through the case, but as we are going through the case, I'll be picking up ordinarily I should have done this and dump it on you guys that please, these are the strengths, these are the weaknesses, these are the opportunities. No, okay, I don't want to do that. I want us to go through it one by one so that we all agree that this is a strength. We all agree that this is an opportunity. We all agree that this is a threat. And we all also agree that this is a weakness, right?
So as I am going through them, as I am reading the case, because I'll have to read it for us to um recognize the threads and the issues that are inside. As I'm reading, when I see any thread, I'll just mention it. If I see any strength, I'll mention it. So please, you know how to do the SWOT analysis, right? I would have been typing it, but that might make us waste time. So let me do this as, let's say, a template for us so that we look at it and do it in our own. Let me open my Excel. Okay, so noted there. Oh, people have been sending. Okay, all right. So Isaac said the billion you read was 100,000. Okay, okay, okay. I get it. I get it. I get it. Okay, so let's have a sheet or something like this where this place will have our strength. Okay, our weaknesses will be here. Our threats will be here. And opportunities will be here.
Adam, Madam, Biomo.
Okay. Okay, so the opportunities will be here. So like this would be like a plane, a Cartesian plane. Let me color it. Let's say black. Okay, so when we see any strength, you can write it here. When you see any opportunity, any weakness, you can write it here. Any threats will be. So just let's do this, or let's do this somewhere. I'm sure some of us have done it before. If you have done it, that is fine. And please note that the opportunities and threats that we are going to mention are the pistol analysis, right? So if it is a political, if it is a political factor and it's an opportunity, I'll mention it so that you can also write it, right? I don't know if this is clear. Okay. So unfortunately, with Zoom, I can't share my screen, like my whole screen. If it were to be um, Google Meet, I would have shared my screen so that I'll be doing it side by side, right? But this one I can't share, so I have to share one screen. Oh, oh no, I can share the whole screen. Okay, then let me do that. Let me share the entire screen. Okay, so that I will have this, and the case will also be here. Good. I'm sure some of us, or we have the case, so we can be reading along. So let me make it smaller. Good, 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 good. All right. So unfortunately, we'll have to read the industry again, right? And please, when we talk about industry, just know that we are going to look out for opportunities and threats, right? Because with the strengths and weaknesses will come, especially when we are talking about the company itself, right? That's why I was telling you guys that you have to know that things about the company is at page 7. So if I am doing strength and weakness, I shouldn't be looking at here, like this top here. What is it? Here? No, You should know that the industry, the economy, and those things, they are the top. Oh, they are from maybe page 3 to 4 or page 3 to 5. When I'm looking for, guys, that is how we're supposed to be familiar with the case. All right. If I'm looking for something that relates to the campaign, I have to come here. If I'm looking for something that relates to the product, this way here I have to come. If it is about the strategy and operations, I don't have to go and start reading from the top. If you don't know, you start reading from the top. But if you know that, oh, this one, it's at where it is closer to the environment issues. Okay, something like that, guys. That is how we are going to do to survive, right? So as we go along, if I get to know anything we are supposed to take note of, I'll bring it on board for us to look at. Okay, so about his beginning, his experiences, I don't think we really need it. So let's move straight to the petroleum industry. And here too, I don't think we really need anything here, right? We don't. Here, I don't think we really need anything here. We don't. Okay. All right. So there is no gainsaying the fact that the petroleum sector as a whole, because of the sensitive role it plays to national development, can present a national threat if it is not properly managed. Hence, it is one of the factors in the country, one of the sectors in the country that is heavily regulated to protect its integrity, safety, and prevent any systemic threat that may arise should anything go awry. So, guys, do you guys agree with me that the examiner can bring something on poor test 540? We don't know what is coming. Guys, I don't know what is coming. But based on the issues that we have identified in the case, right? So let's just say Porter's 546 is coming, right? And you know the first force is barrier to entry, or however you call it, right? Now, we can explain this barrier to entry because number one, because of this. So first of all, you explain what you understand by barrier to entry. That profit that profit calls for people to come into certain industries. When the profit call other companies to come, when they want to come into the industry, it's either they get it easy coming inside or they don't get it easy coming into the industry, right? If they get it easy, we say that barrier to entry is low. If they don't get it easy, we say that barrier to entry is high. Now, we can confidently say that barrier to entry to the downstream sector of Ghana is high in the sense that, number one, it is highly regulated, right? So after your explanation, you will link it to the case. Why you think? So after your explanation, you indicate the force, whether it's high or low. So you can see that, oh, you think that it is high, or you believe that it is high, or you are sure it is high because of this. Number two, because of something here. This one. You can add it to your point, your explanation, that from the onset, the shareholder sought to obtain fresh OMC and LMC licenses, but was unsuccessful after 2 years of trying. That is telling us that it is not easy to get a license. It is not easy to get into the industry. So we have a strong case here that barrier to entry is high. So let's take note. Guys, as I'm telling you, I don't know what is coming, but based on the facts of the case, all right, that's why we are doing all of these. So here, you don't stress yourself You just go, you explain what you mean by barrier to entry, right? Then you tell the examiner that you think that barrier to entry, that is if the question is asking you about the five forces, right? You tell the examiner that barrier to entry is high because from the case or per the case, the shareholder tried and tried and tried, but didn't get it. Even when he went to get some, he paid 400,000 USD instead of approximately 220,000 Ghana cedis for the two licenses that he wanted. He had to pay $400,000 to get it, right? And you can also add that because of the security threats, because of other things that are here, because of the critical role that the downstream petroleum sector plays in the economy of Ghana, the sector is highly regulated. Because of that, barrier to entry is high. Okay, guys, is it understandable? Do we understand it? Or I am making noise? I'm just making noise. Can someone please mind me?
Yes, please.
Yeah, it's clear.
Okay. All right. Okay. So let's just list the other forces here so that we will just continue with them in case we see some. So guys, please help us. Please, what's the other force aside barrier to entry? Who is helping? Anyone?
Bargaining power,
Brother,
Come again?
bargaining powers of supplies.
Okay. Who else can help us? And guys, we have seen bargaining powers of suppliers.
yes,
We have also seen bargaining power of customers
customers,
in the
yes.
case. Which other points, guys?
Substitution. Threat
Threat
of
Okay.
of
substitution.
substitute product.
Come again?
Threat of substitution.
I can't hear you, Nat.
Threat of substitution.
Good. So we can talk about substitute products, threats. And lastly, guys, have you seen all of these in the case? You know, lastly, we have rivalry.
Yeah.
Now, even before I talk about the case, we have already spoken about barrier to entry, right? Let's talk about bargaining powers of suppliers. Who are the suppliers? Suppliers are the BIDEC, right?
Yeah.
And everyone who is involved with the supply of or the supply of petroleum activities or petroleum products to Ghana. We read somewhere that because of Russian the Iran Israel war, the route has changed and that has increased the cost of petroleum products, right? So that point can be brought, right? That because of that, and you know the OPEC is very powerful. Because of that, the global prices of not even just Ghana, the global prices of petroleum products have increased because of the bargaining power of suppliers. Customers also have some form of bargaining powers. I mean, as we go along, we bring all of them here. Remember, we said that now there are price wars. Why are they price wars? We said that the price wars are going to benefit the customers because now we are showing them the price that we are charging. Companies want to penetrate, so they will also reduce their prices. As they are reducing their prices, customers are getting bargaining power because they can say that, oh, I want to buy it at 14 cedis. If you won't sell it to me, I will go to Guel, or I'll go to Zen, or I'll go to Puma.
threat of substitute products, we have seen that. We have seen that now people are switching from petrochemical products or petroleum products to electrical vehicles and all, right?
Chair, please, we can't see your screen.
Oh. Guys, you can't see my screen.
Semi,
It's
I
showing
can
you.
see you.
Okay,
I
so
can see.
You're not
Sherry,
seeing it.
it might be your network. So if you can.
No, it just came on. I can see it now.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, because I'm showing the screens. All right. So, as I said, but I'm not reading anything, guys. I'm just because I've also read the case. That's why I'm saying that sometimes you don't even have to go and refer to the case again, because you should read the case in such a way that when the question comes and you understand it, you just write it like you are writing the case. You get it? So threat of substitute products. Now electric cars are coming. Meaning who is coming to buy fuel? No one is coming to buy fuel. Another threat is the threat that the government is going to introduce the CRM policy, right? Now we're going to have other people or the government going to introduce a policy that might wipe away the activities of these LPGs. We have rivalries. You guys are aware that you have stated that there is rivalry and there is competition, there is price war in the downstream markets of Ghana. Guys, we are done with I-40. So, as I said, we don't know what is coming, but let's try and do an analysis in the sense that if any of the models come, at least, I mean, we are not going to get 100%. We don't even want 100. We just want our 50 to pass. Okay, good. All right. So let's continue and look at the report. So the downstream petroleum industry continues to be the cornerstone of the country's economic development. In 2023, the industry was positively impacted by the government of Ghana's Gold for Oil program, which helped to curb the rising ex-pump prices in the market for the benefit of the motoring public, with a rippling positive effect on the general economy. It further addressed the forex exchange hitherto faced by players in the industry and thereby enhanced fuel supply in the country. Listen, the government's plan to scale up fuel supply under the G4O program from 30% in 2023 to 50% of national consumption potentially enhance product supply further and promote competitive pricing in the market. Guys, this is an economic factor that we can talk about. Why? Because this program is going to boost the demand of the petroleum products. So when you're doing a peso, as I said, here we are doing peso, we are doing SWOT too, because peso is part of SWOT. So we have economic. Oh, what is happening to my screen? So economic factors. All right. So we have opportunities, we have threats. So G for O. G for O, right? Guys, you're just copying. When it comes to peso, when it comes to SWOT, you don't even have to write. Look at the paper, the question paper. Write what is there for them. We don't even have time. Also, the introduction of Central Oil Refinery, the first private oil refinery in the country, is a major boost to ensuring a consistent supply of fuel in the market. This will not only reduce dependence on imported refined products, but also reduce the industry's susceptibility to the impact of international market trends that Russia is fighting. So prices are going up. Ukraine is fighting. So this is happening. Competition remains keen in the downstream petroleum industry and continues to drive innovation and efficiency. So in your five forces, when you're talking about competition and rivalry, you can just copy this
placed as part of your support for competition and rivalry. That even in accordance or as per the case, this is what they said. Okay, so the introduction of Centuo is also oil refinery is also an economic factor which is going to boost the demand and is going to help these companies. In pursuit of energy sustainability, the Ghanaian downstream petroleum is gradually transitioning towards diversified and cleaner energy resources. Wait, this includes embracing renewable energy such as solar, wind, and hydroelectric power generation to mitigate the environmental impact of fossil fuels. In line with this, the President of the Republic of Ghana launched the Electric Vehicles Policy Framework in 2023. Guys, as you can see here, this is a threat to companies selling fuel in Ghana. Can someone explain to us why introduction of sustainable products, all right, like electric vehicles, is a threat? Can someone help us? Why is it a threat? Even though it's a good thing, to these companies is a threat, especially if they don't adapt to the new change that is coming. Can someone help us? I think I've even explained it before.
They will not be using the petroleum product. So
Good.
it's just basically on electronics or electrical.
Exactly. So that will mean that no one will come and buy fuel, or the demand for fuel will come down because people will be switching to electric vehicles. All right, let's continue. So here, as you can see here clearly, we are looking at opportunities, prospects, and challenges. So you're going to see more of the opportunities and threats here, right? So following price deregularization in the downstream petroleum sector in 2015, there has been an intense price-based competition among OMCs, where each company tries to undercut the price to attract customers. The situation has been described as price war among the OMCs. Information on prices is readily available to customers for comparison, while price wars can benefit consumers in the short term by providing lower prices, they can also have negative consequences on OMCs particularly and industry as a whole in the long run. So this is what I was saying, that this price wars is going to benefit the customer in the short run, right? So that will give this customer's bargaining power. So in your definition of bargaining power of suppliers, you can add this. Oh, you can add this, right? Okay, good. While price wars can benefit consumers in the short term by providing lower prices, they can also have negative consequences on OMCs, particularly an industry as a whole in the long run. In some cases, OMCs may resort to unsustainable pricing strategies that can lead to financial losses and even business failures. Additionally, price wars can disrupt the market. So, guys, here we are talking about price war, which is also a threat to the industry. Okay, a threat, an economic threat to the industry. All right. There are many operators in the downstream. They are here. According to stats, do we need anything here? The total demand for petroleum products in the country has risen significantly, increasing from this to this. So that's also an economic factor. If
the total demand has increased, the number of people that needs petrol, diesel has increased. More people are buying cars. That is an opportunity for people selling fuel, right? That's an opportunity for people selling fuel. So increase in total demand of petrol products. Ghana's growing population and expanding transportation and industrial sectors will continue to drive this demand for petroleum products. This would have been part of this, but since we want to make more points, we can have another social cultural factor here and say that Ghana, the population is growing, right? Population growth and industrial growth, increasing demand, right? It is increasing demand of petroleum products. Okay. Yeah, so this is going to keep on growing because we are giving more birth to more people. People are getting more money in terms of demographic, in terms of status, right? They are buying more cars, they will need more fuel. The demand for finished petroleum products is satisfied them by a mixture of. So let's continue. In December 2023, I think we have already spoken about Centio, so we don't really need it again. Great. Another development is the proposed plan by Petroleum Hub Corporation to build about 3 oil refineries. Let's not even talk plenty. Let's add it. Petroleum Hub Development Corporation Initiative. That is also an opportunity for these companies because now they are not going to be affected really by international prices because there are going to be 3 refineries built in Ghana, and they're even going to increase the total capacity from 900,000. So they'll start with 900,000 barrel per stream day, and they'll move to 1.5 million barrel per stream day. All right. Okay. And it's even here that OMCs will have access to more products at a cheaper cost, and demand by consumers is expected to increase as well. So we can add it to what the Petroleum Hub initiative is going to do, right? Right. Now, let's continue. Where are we? Okay. Another advantage, Ghana's location makes it a strategic hub for the export of refined petroleum products to neighboring countries, especially the landlocked countries in West Africa. And the examiner is helping us and he's telling us that OMCs can take advantage. What do we take advantage of? Opportunities. So our location can make us also sell, right, our products to other neighboring countries, and that is also an opportunity, an economic opportunity to this business. What else? LPG is also increasing. Why? Indeed, there remain a large number of households that are still using charcoal and firewood. As Ghana's oil production continues, there is a potential for developing petrochemical industries that use refined petroleum. But let's move on. Fluctuations in crude oil prices on the global market directly affect the cost of production imports, which can lead to price instability, right? So this is a threat, right? It is a threat coming directly to the companies,
sorry, an economical threat. Okay. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you guys are not. Okay, let me make this small. Show that. Okay. All right. And let me. So I'm bolding the thread because I can see that. I can see that. Okay. So this is what is coming here, right? I hope you guys know Excel and these things. So what have been bolding are the threats. So fluctuations in crude oil prices, depreciation of the Ghana cedi, right? And that is impacting pricing and profitability. Illegal importation and sale of petroleum products, which also undermine the formal market. So illegal importation, illegal. Guys, can you please mute for us? Takes a while before I can see the person whose mic is on. All right. So we have illegal importation of oil. Changes in government policies, taxes, levies also affect petroleum businesses. Guys, the good thing is that changes in government policy, taxes, and levies can be an economic threat and also a political threat. So same thing, copy, paste it here. Globally, OMC's model of doing business is to operate 24/7, right? This is also a threat. And you can say that this is a social-cultural threat. The fact that there is insecurity, okay? It can be social culture, and I believe it can be political, especially because even in the case, they stated that insecurity remains one of the challenges, and the state is yet to find a permanent solution to it. So we can have it under social cultural and also under a political threat. Okay, right. As I said, as you know, some of us might know this person, right? But we might be writing all of these. Okay, let's try and summarize our answers because you know that everything here is talking about insecurities. So don't worry yourself talking about everything, right? Because even with this one, the examiner usually mark the points that you write, and you don't necessarily have to explain your point. Just copy the case. Another challenge that has and continues to plague the downstream, particularly affects the indigenous small to medium size, is the issue of adulteration of fuel. What has this done? Unsuspecting and innocent motoring, the several consequences of their cars being damaged and all of that. This has contributed significantly to affecting customer confidence. Customer confidence, if it is affected, is a threat. Social, cultural threat. Okay. Now we have the cylinder recirculation model, which is going to be introduced, right, by the National Petroleum Authority. In fact, it has already been introduced because it has a legal backing, right? We can clearly see that it's a legal threat. And it's also a political threat because it's clearly the government that is doing this. And it's a threat to the petroleum industry. We're not saying that the thing itself is a threat or is wrong, but when you are sitting or when you put yourself in the shoes of the petroleum companies, what are the threats to them? You get it? That is what we are trying to bring out. Okay. In fact, these guys have even spoken about it, right? Good. Let's continue. The petroleum
Hello,
industry.
sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Sir, please, with regards to the cylinder circulation, can we see that policy as political threats rather?
Come again.
Can we see it as a political threat?
Yes, please. So that is why even after I put it under legal threat, I added it to the political threat.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so I think everything here is talking about the CRM. So, guys, please, if you have any inputs, please let's make them. Yes, I'll share the document with you guys after the class, please. And I'll be very happy if you are, you know, if you unmute to talk, right? Because as I am sharing the screen, I might not go back and forth, right? Please, if you have anything to add, if you have seen anything at the places that I'm even skipping, please let me know, right? So the global petroleum industry is constantly in the state of flux. So here we are going to talk about technologies, right? Emerging with disruptive potential and the recently heightened fear of all-out war in the Middle East and the OPEC. So this war, is it political?
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
Please, with regard to what we are doing, the threats, you just lift them like that from the keys. Wouldn't you talk about the effect or something, or you just be lifting them as it is in the keys, as we are doing? Is that how we have to do it?
So
I just want to know. Yes.
okay. So if you check the suggested solutions of the examiner, they don't really want us to talk about its effect and all of that. But
Okay.
guys, if you have time, but the question is, do we have time?
That's the thing.
So we don't have the luxury of time to be talking about how we think this is an economic factor. No. And pestle analysis is usually about the identification of what is a political factor, what
Okay.
is a threat, what is an economic threat, and all of that. So you are identifying them.
Okay. Thank
Yes,
you.
you're welcome. So we have global petrol industry, which is constantly changing because of new technologies, an emerging disruptive potential, and recently heightened fear of all-out war in the Middle East between Israel and Iran, one of the major members of OPEC, right? And personally, I will add this issue to political threats because even though it's not coming from Ghana's economy, OPEC is a political institution, sort of, right? And it is, the implication is affecting Ghanaians' operations, right? Or the operations of the downstream sector of Ghana. So everything here is talking about the attacks. So we have also seen rising population here, which is an opportunity. We have already spoken about that. Demand for petroleum fuel and other refined products is expected to remain robust, allowing companies to expand their refining and distribution capacities in these regions. The global energy transition towards renewable resources poses a major threat to downstream petroleum. So I think we have already talked about that, right? Or we haven't. Oh, okay, so we can talk about it here. Transition to renewable energy resources. So imagine cars using solar. If a car is using solar, do we have to come to, if you have a car that uses solar, we wouldn't have to come to a fuel station to come and get this. So this may affect the OMCs that are unresponsive to the movement towards cleaner energy resources. As countries increasingly prioritize the reduction of carbon emissions, stricter regulations are being imposed on refining operations, thereby increasing operational cost. Okay, so we can also talk about environmental threats here. The fact that stricter environmental regulations are being enacted. Okay, and this is increasing operational costs. The push for electric vehicles also threatens long-term demand for gasoline and diesel. Have we written it anywhere? Economic, yes, they are here, electric vehicles. And this will soon be the situation. I mean, it's already happening in how do we call it? In developed countries, and it's going to happen in developing countries very soon.
Yeah, but sir,
So,
please,
yes, sir.
this one, can't we also consider that under technology?
Agree with you. Because it is out of tech that we will get the electric vehicles, right? So I agree with you. All right. Okay. So as with the threats, we've gotten political, economical, sociocultural, technological, legal, and environmental. So as we go along, we try and get political for a political opportunity. I think I saw one. We have economic opportunities, environmental opportunities, technological opportunities, and legal opportunities. Let's look out for these while we are reading to the other side. Let's look at the company. So here, I think. Come again.
Yes, sir, tell me.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, so let's continue. So the company was launched in 2017 and it had made some gains, even though the MD is not really happy with the games that have been made so far. Despite every challenge, the MD has been committed and they have gone through these challenges as a team. Okay, so the combined experiences in the banking and downstream petroleum sectors have proven extremely useful in maneuvering through the labyrinth of the oil business at the start of the company. The shareholder was very mindful of his practices and all of that. Therefore, he did not compromise with values, and he had values of respecting time, respecting deadlines, and all of that. Obey before you complain. We don't really need them now. The shareholder began with 4 people who are working for him full time, but they left. 3 of them left. Now the staff have about, or they have a staff strength of about 100 people. Okay, let's talk about something here. The pioneering team of workers began addressing the shareholder as commander in chief, not because he has had any career in the army, but because of his zero tolerance for indiscipline and deviation from acceptable standards. That title has become famous about the MD as new workers of the company are told about it. Guys, you guys remember the cultural web? It has 6 elements. Guys, let's go. Who is helping us? Let's start. What are the elements of the cultural web?
Control system.
Come again.
Control system.
Good. Control system. Anyone?
Rituals.
Rituals and routines.
Organizational structure. Power structure. And symbols.
And symbols, right? Okay, so when it comes to the stories, we said that there are things that are not really written anywhere, right? But sometimes you're at work and you know that something is happening, right? I mean, as a new employee, they will tell you that, oh, this month, this is how it is, or this is how come this one came about, and all of that. I think the examiner examined the cultural web last sitting, but please, it's not going to hurt if we also look at it again. So please, those of us that know, fine. But if you don't know what this is about, please revisit your notes and look at it. So this man will come to work very early, especially in the first 4 years. You come and stand at the employee's side and be talking plenty. Why are you not coming to work early? And all of that, right? And he wasn't even allowing staff to close early because he thinks because of how he works, everyone should work like that. All right, and that is causing high labor turnover, guys. The question can ask us ways and means to reduce the high labor turnover of BOGML. So please write it somewhere. You might not get time to discuss it, but I mean, some of these things you can use your knowledge to write about them. And I'm
Yeah.
sure, or this can be found under the human resource strategies, right? Under the functional strategies. Please, was someone saying something?
Yeah, senior. I
Yes,
wanted to
sir.
ask if we can also look at the strategic planning in terms, because they regard him as the commander in chief and all of that and a whole lot of stories. Maybe they can ask what are the strategic planning being used or being implemented by BOGML. I'm just
Okay.
trying to think aloud, maybe like the rational, the logical, where it doesn't take into consideration of other submissions from employee. Just do what he likes. Some they were like there's a deviation from acceptable standards. So as and when they are faced with challenges, then they just do what he wants to do at that moment, that time.
Oh,
I don't know if maybe something like that can be featured
okay,
as
so you are talking about the intro, right? The strategic plan. So, guys, those of us that are lost, let us know what Nat is talking about. So, Nat, is it this one?
yes.
Approaches to strategic planning.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So, so you are saying that, I mean, he is using the rational planning model. Is that what you're saying?
And
Oh,
also free willing, because if you read the case, they said there's the deviation from acceptable standards. So he's using both at the point in time the rational and at the point in time the free will, where there's no requirement at all for formal strategic planning as and when they meet issues. It is stated somewhere in the case, I think during the latter part, that
okay,
in the industry you do things like in
Yeah.
haste, like quick, and when you
okay,
meet issues and I'm just thinking
okay,
around this area, maybe we can ask what are some of
all
the
right.
approaches.
Okay, I get it. I get it. Thank you very much for the submission, Nat. Thank you. All right, so let's continue. Um, where are we going to? Okay, so as I said, let's look at ways and means that or strategies that we can give to BOGML to reduce the high labor turnovers.
So please, I think the last paragraph of page 8 captures what my colleague was talking about.
Okay, I like that. I really like that. So this one, the operations,
That's
eh?
under strategy and operations.
Okay, okay, sure, sure. So
The last part. Yeah.
when we get there, we will look at it. Who is that? Is it Isaac?
Yes, sir. Isaac. Yeah.
Good, good, impressive, impressive. All right. Okay, so the shareholder clearly felt a strong personal attachment to the company as it grew and achieved modest success. He made employees to believe that without him, BOGML would not survive, implying that the company's future depended entirely on him, which I think he's lying to himself. With workers merely there to support his offers, which is not true. This attitude, of course, will upset employees, right? As they felt their contributions were not recognized. So, in your submission to ways and means to reduce high labor turnover, one of the ways that employees will leave because of this low motivation, because they are not recognized, right? Good. So, the company initially located its operation at Tema, but they moved to Accra. They used the first year to acquire various licenses and all of that. They were situated in Greater Accra, Western, Volta, and Eastern. How many regions or how many? So there are three regions here. So it means that we might get a data giving us the performance of each region for us to make an SBU assessment of it, for us to talk about it, especially a Boston Consulting Group. Which one is a dog? Which one is a star? Which one is, you get it? We might get that, especially because the regions are four. There were issues of land litigations. Okay, so let's start getting things from. There were issues of land litigations, right? Astronomically expensive land at vantage or prime locations, and due to limited financial resources, the company could not afford to acquire and construct its own stations. The company therefore decided to rent already existing filling stations which appear to be reasonable and affordable. However, this model is fraught with uncertainties for the company. The practice is that new entrants, okay, we have read this already. On this, once this happens, the owner do not renew the tenancy or they will terminate it. The company is forced to cease operations of the affected stations. In its almost 8 years of existence, the company has suffered this fate with some of its stations. The benefits of the investment in the rented stations are not fully recovered and sales affected until a station is found. Guys, do you think we can get a weakness here? Okay, I'm sure when we go to the operations, we'll see something. So the main products sold by the company are gasoline, gas oil, LPG, and kerosene. These products have posted varied degrees of performance over the years. The other services can on offer at the various filling stations are mini-mart loop services for servicing of cars and washing bays. So here also the examiner can do two things. He can aggregate these as petroleum products, one, right? So they'll give you the performance for one, all of these, right, as one. And they'll give you the performance of the mini mats, performance of the loop services, and performance of the washing bay for us to assess their performance. But guys, trust me, it is highly possible that SBU assessments will come. Because of that, let's quickly run through our notes on SBU assessment. Okay, I think that is corporate strategic choice. No. Okay, so let me project this. Okay, so when it comes to the evaluation of strategic business units, we have a lot of evaluation matrices and models. We have the Boston Consulting Group. Oh, okay, we did that on the external analysis. So let me open that one first. Mm. Okay, so with the Boston Consulting Group, we spoke about two dimensions, which is the market share and market growth, right? So with the market share, we said that ideally it is the share or the sales of the company divided by the sales of the market leader. But if we don't have the sales of the market leader, we will use the total sales of the industry, right? And this will bring us to four quadrants: the question mark, the dog, the cash cow, and the star. So based on the indicators or based on what the examiner will give us as the market share or the market growth potential of that particular SBU, that is what we will use to do the assessment. So know what these are about, that when it comes to question mark, the market share is low, but there is a potential for growth when it comes to dogs. So that if you see that it is the mini mart that is having a low market share but a high growth potential, you say that the mini mart is a question mark. Dogs, stars, and also cash cows, right? Good. Let's now move on and look at the assessment of SBU. So the BCG model is one of them. Now we have the public sector metrics, which is unlikely to feature in this certain exams, especially because it is an oil company. But as I said, it can be anything. The examiners can say that assuming or if BOGML was supposed to be a public sector company, assess the performance of the SBU. You get it? So here we have service efficiency and public need and support. Remember, we have public sector star, political hotbot, golden fleece, back drawer issue. These are the 4 elements that we have here. We also have Mackenzie and General Electric business screen. This also has 2 dimensions, market attractiveness and business position. So here, if you know how to draw this, remember I told you that the diagonal part is hold, the top of the diagonal part is grow, the down is harvest. So know what we mean when we say we are growing, know what we mean when we say we are holding, and know what we mean when we say we are harvesting. From that, we also have the shell directional policy, which also have about 8 strategies: disinvest, phase withdrawal, custodial, cash generation, growth, leader, try harder, double or quit. So please let's know this in case the examiner asks us to use one of these to assess a particular SBU, then we know that. We also have the average model, which is not really likely to feature because the question or the case hasn't stated anything about benefits or fee, right? But who knows? We don't know what's coming in the additional information. So please let's know that as well. Where we have borderless businesses, alien businesses, heartland businesses, and value trap businesses, right? I'll come back to this because I mentioned corporate parenting, right? Good. All right. So let's continue. So, guys, as I always tell my students, the examiner is not bringing anything outside the thing that we have learned. Okay, we might be saying this one will come, this one will come, right? We don't really know what is coming. Just that some of them we have indication of that. Oh, how the thing is going, this one will come. You get it? So please, and I'll be very happy if you do a last revision, right? Just go through everything. We are all going to be fine. So he said these services are assessed separately or are considered as strategic business units. That's why I am telling you guys that let's take notes of the evaluation of strategic business units. Okay. So the company has also diversified into other businesses in other sectors. Diversification, right? So let's know what diversification is. Let's know the importance of diversification. Let me write them here. And guys, because we did the revision on our last meeting, I don't want us to do another revision again. That's why I am just listing. So let's know what diversification is, its importance, the types that is related or unrelated. Let's know about integration, the types of integration, which is vertical and horizontal. Let's know about arguments for and against the integration methods, right? Because with this one, we realize that the company now provides commercial transport services, and they have about 15 minibuses that is structural. Okay, this is a vertical integration approach, right? Because they are either moving to their customers or they are moving to their suppliers. In this case, okay, so here let me add backward or forward. Guys, is this integration backward or forward? And
Forward.
downstream, thank you very much. So why is it forward?
Like you rightly said, they are moving closer to the
They are
customers.
moving to their customers.
Exactly. Exactly. They are moving to their customer. Now they are the customer because they are going to fuel their cars, right? Because they have the buses. Now, they also moved to a real estate construction business where it constructs apartments for both renting and outright sale to potential homeowners. So this can also draw our attention to diversification, as I said, unrelated diversification and advantages for that. Guys, asterisk can also come in here. Okay. So as we are learning the SBUs, let's take it. It can come here because the feel is not there, right? The feel is not there because we don't know what goes into a real estate construction. We said that when it comes to the feel, the persons or the company that we want to acquire or the person that we have gone to attach ourselves to should have the same culture with us, should have the same organizational structure with us, and should have the same purpose with us. They should be in the same industry with us. If we move to a real estate company, it means that the field is low, right? Okay. And these are separate seniors, or there are separate senior managers in charge of each of these businesses. Let's now move on to the strategy and operations. Fully aware of the intense competition in the
Please let me
downstream.
draw you back a bit.
Okay,
So
sure.
on that, the note that you made, the point that you just made,
Okay,
talking about diversification,
okay.
we can talk about the inverse relationship that you should have between the parent. I don't know.
Exactly. When it comes to risk, right?
Yes,
Risk,
yes. When it comes to risk,
good.
yeah.
That's very good. Is that not?
Isaac,
Okay, Isaac. Thanks very much. So, guys, when you're talking about risk, you know, the risk strategies, we said diversification was one of them, right? And when you want to diversify because of a risk related issue, you have to do it in such a way that that industry won't be in the same industry that you are. And this is a clear example. Because if you diversify and now you are moving into, let's say, you are selling petrol. Now you want to sell diesel. This is just an example. They are all in the same industry to the extent that if the sales or if all their sales are coming down, they might all come down, right? But if we diversify for Forex purposes in another industry which is unrelated to the one that we are already into, that would be a good diversification in the sense that there will be a negative correlation between the returns that we get here and the returns that we get there, so that at the end of the day, we are not going to lose. To the extent that if petrol is going down, at least real estate will go up for us to gain or for the owners of the company to gain. So, thank you very much for drawing our attention to that, Isaac. So we also have the strategy on operations. So for fully aware of the intense competition in the downstream petroleum sector and the challenges of penetrating the market, the shareholder adopted a simple strategy by offering its products prices slightly lower than those of market leaders. So if you can see here, I've written generic strategies and Bowman's clock. Generic strategies and Bowman's clock. It might not be the generic strategy because here the case was clear to us that BOGML is not the market leader. And remember that we said that for a company to successfully employ the cost method, that company should be the market leader, else that company would suffer, right? But the Bowman's clock is very clear to us when it comes to this area, particularly oil and star oil. Furthermore, to address the perception among consumers that indigenous small and medium-sized OMCs adulterate their products and thereby compromising the quality, the MD ensured that quality was adhered to. Guys, let's take ourselves back to Bowman's clock, and that is our lessons on advising on strategy, competitive strategies. Yes. So please revisit the topic advising on strategy, competitive strategy, and strategic development methods. Okay, so let's look at the Bowman's clock once again. Hopefully it comes 10 marks so that we know that at least we are getting some free marks. All right, so this is it. And as you can see here, look at it. The perceived product or service benefits that they are getting and the price, right? And remember that the case said that the shareholder adopted the strategy that offers products that are slightly lower than those of market leader. And also, they are perceiving or they are trying to make their products quality so that the perception about the products won't come down. So please, let's know this. Let's read this. Let's know the strategies that will fail. Let's know all of these because the examiner might ask us to explain them. So the notes are here. We have the clock. We have the no frills that has no low price, low perceived benefits. So the strategy they are using is not the low frills. We have the low price, which has a low price and average or normal benefits. We have the hybrid, whose price is below average selling price and the perceived benefits is higher than average benefits to customers. Then we have the differentiation strategy, which has average selling price and higher benefits to customers. We also have the focus differentiation, which has higher selling price and also higher benefits to customers. Once again, let's know the these ones, right? So the products under this strategy are not regarded as a low quality product. The price, however, is low compared with similar products in the market. The strategy can only be successfully implemented by a cost leader because they will be using economies of scale. Anyone apart from the cost leader will not succeed with this strategy because there will be a continual threat that the least cost producer will copy the same strategy and offer prices that are even lower. Right? To be successful, the business strategy requires low cost production, the ability to provide higher benefit is try to achieve mix between low price and a differentiation strategy. Okay. All right. Now that we are aware of the Bowman's strategic clock, let's continue with our case. All right. So he issued a stern warning to the workers at the various stations not to contemplate adulterating the products on his blind side. In this regard, he had a trusted team a trusted team of inspectors who regularly pay unannounced visits to various stations to collect fuel samples for testing for any trace of adulteration. In fact, he also sent mystery customers, right, to various stations to buy fuel and provide feedback on a sign of adulteration. The company has also invested in monitoring software that monitors the activities of workers. So, guys, personally, I believe all of these are strengths of the company. The fact that they use inspectors and mystery shoppers, they use softwares for inspection and monitoring. One challenge with this system, so we have a weakness here, right? Is that we have unreliable internet connectivity. I think there is a strong case for PESO to come than for SWOT analysis to come, because we don't have a lot of things talking about strengths, weaknesses, right? But we are just doing this so that in case the examiner brings something like that, we would know what to do. One challenge with the system is unreliable internet connectivity that results in frequent downtime, thereby impacting on the data gathered by the system. It also believed that workers, they are unhappy with the system, so they attempt to tempt it. So attempt by staff to tamper with the monitoring system. Indeed, the shareholder has indicated that as a result of the measures and controls put in place, there has not been a single customer complaint either to the company or to the regulator, right? Okay. The MD believes that the strategy is gradually yielding results as sales from various existing stations continue to see an average annual growth of no less than 10%. Again, they are using market penetration pricing. So let's know what market penetration pricing is once again, and also let's look at the 4 Ps. That is the pricing, the product, the promotion, and the place of business, right? The company is contending with reduced margins, and in response, it is trying to restrict on cost control. The shareholder keeps close tab on administrative, station, and staff costs. The company has maintained low salaries and wages for the permanent and contract workers, respectively, despite agitations by them. So this is talking about wages, salaries, and all of that. So the shareholder asks that he needs money for further investment and cannot afford to start dishing out money to workers when he has not received dividends so far. The labor turnover is roughly 30% to 60% among permanent and contract staff, respectively. So, guys, let's look at the conflicting interests of shareholders. And this is way off, but please, let's try and also look at stakeholder mapping. It might be off, but it is very important when it comes to these statements, right? Because he's saying that I am powerful, I am important than you guys. That is why I want to further my interest of investing the money than giving it to you as salary increment, right? So let's take note of the two. Since 2018, the company has successfully operationalized 12 outlets across 4 regions. So they are here. The three main constraints restricting the opening of more stations have been limited financial resources. That will be a weakness, right? So this will be a weakness, limited financial resources. A weakness because it's not helping them to achieve their goal. So we have limited financial resources, finding suitable existing stations in terms of location. That is also another weakness. Slow pace with which the regulator grants license and approvals. That one we've already talk about it in terms of the barrier to entry. Right? The ultimate objective of the company is to be able to acquire litigation freelance and contract its own stations. The company also has 4 LPG stations located across the same regions. Again, the company runs mini marts, as we have already said, mini marts, loop services, and washing bays. And it's attached to some of the stations depending on their locations and demand by customers. Mini marts, loop services, and washing bays are staffed with contract workers and all of that. As stated earlier, the company has previously lost 3 stations to rivals because some people pass their back to go and get them, right? Go and pay more. All right. Each of the stations is manned by a station manager who is always a permanent staff. Initially, the company and adopted a 24/7 round the clock operation, not being oblivious of the danger that is around. The company was eager to maximize their revenue as much as possible. Unfortunately, they lost 200,000 Ghana cedis in 2022. And because of that, they had to come back to their 5 to 10 and 7 to 7 when it comes to LPGs. It is stated here that they recovered some of the monies through insurance. Remember, we have the TARA framework. That is a risk management procedure or model that says that risks can be transferred, risks can be accepted, risks can be reduced, and risks can be avoided. When we are getting ourselves in insurance or when we are insuring the business or something related to the business, we are transferring, right? We are transferring the risk to the insurance company. So please read on risk management and risk control as well. Depending on the size of the filling station, the number of workers typically ranges from, I don't think we need anything really here. The policy apply, okay. So here, all contract workers are provided the company prescribed uniforms with their names inscribed in them. This policy also applies to permanent station workers below certain grades. On the contrary, permanent workers at the stations above certain grades are free to use dresses of their choice. This segregation has been questioned by the affected workers who visibly appear not to be happy, especially permanent workers. But so far, nothing has been done to it. As you are going to give some ways and means of reducing the labor turnover at BOGM, or you can add this, right? You can add this. That it's either they are making everyone wear the uniform or they are not making anyone wear it. Okay, because people that wear the uniform are getting demotivated, right? Because they feel low. Why is it that some people are wearing it, other people are not wearing it, and all of that? Despite the limited resources, which you have already stated as a weakness, the company successfully acquired 2 petrol tankers and 1 LPG tanker in 2021. I think this is also a strength acquisition of 2 tankers, and because of what the tanker did to them, right? So they solve the problem of depending on unreliable outsourced tankers for transporting products to various filling stations. Most peer companies, so in fact, they're even getting money from other people because, especially when their tankers are available, right? And by doing that, they have reduced their transportation cost by 30%, right? This has helped them to reduce their transport cost. Because now no one is coming to charge them petrol, charge them driver and things. They have their own driver. The tankers are equipped with a state of art. Okay, so we can't just say 2 tankers. 2 state of the art tankers, right? Okay. Tracking system, right? And devices to prevent any possible diversion by the drivers. I think we can even make it a separate strength. So that when the drivers are trying to, redirect the cars, they will be caught. This is the seat of many unscrupulous individuals who are eager to take advantage of any lapses in the system, and diversions attract severe sanctions and penalties from the regulator. So by doing this, we are reducing compliance risk. And penalties. All right. A financial analyst, he came to the company. He's not happy with the managing director. Why are you not performing investment appraisals when you want to embark on any major project? So the analyst is concluding that this is not appropriate. Because of that, it is likely that the examiner gives us a question on accounting rate of return, the normal net present value that we have, and IRR, as well as payback period, right? So we have some of these in the notes. When it comes to net present value, one thing that we should take note of is the issue of relevance. What is relevant, right? So is the cost that we are incurring relevant to the project that we are taking into consideration of? Is it relevant to the extent that if the project doesn't come off, are we still going to incur that particular cost? If we are still going to incur that particular cost, then that won't be a relevant cost. I think we have the formula for the accounting rate of return and the payback period, how it is done in our notes. But let's look at them shortly. So with the payback period, we are only looking at the number of times or the days or the years or the period it's going to take us to recoup the investment that we have made in a particular project, right? So usually we are going to have the inflows. We are going to match the inflows against the outflow that we made. So maybe initially we made 120,000 outflow. If you are making 10,000 every month or every year, how long is it going to take us to recoup all this or all the costs or the cost that we incurred? That is the payback period. Accounting rate of return, it is just like the return on capital employed, but in this case, we are taking into consideration accounting profit. So due to regulated nature of OMC's operation, the company has meticulous, standard, and well-defined work process at all filling stations and gas stations. I think this is strength, meticulous, standard, and well-defined work processes. Every worker is required to follow the standards dogmatically, especially because the man is a do before complaining man. These procedures are largely sanctioned by the regulator and are also intended to secure maximum safety at all times because of the high risks of fire and explosion at any least mistake. So by doing this, we are reducing compliance risk again, and also health and safety risk, right? Health and safety of our employees. Any deviation from the standard procedures attracts sanctions, including dismissal, since such violations are considered a gross misconduct, and this will make other people, right? This will serve as a deterrence for other people to follow the controls that are. Wow. Okay. So I call it tone at the top, right? I'm sure those of you who have done audits is aware of the COSO framework, which has the control environment, control activities, information and communication systems, the entities, processes to monitor risks, and also the entities. I'm forgetting the last one, but there are 5 items which form part of the COSO framework. And one of them is the control environment, which is the tone at the top. The fact that management of the company and the board of directors do not condone, okay, they are not giving you in the environment, the room for certain misconduct to happen, right? Okay, so finally, the company holds regular operations meetings every Monday to review the activities that has happened and also Friday to plan the coming week. Let's continue. Despite the passion and effort and all of that, they started making profit in 2019, even though the company was set up in 2017. So the first profit was 400,000. Then in 2020, it was 700,000. They wanted to make more profit in 2020, but because of COVID, they made just 700,000. They got 2 million in 2021, and in 2022, they got 3.5 million. But in 2023, they were hit by an impairment loss, okay, because of an asset that they had and that asset was like a bought asset, or it was part of the asset they bought from the previous owner of the company. And here I've written the role of auditors in corporate governance. When we're talking about corporate governance, we discuss the role of auditors. So please check that as well. All right. So, yes, so here the MD was fighting with them. That's not going to give them the job anymore and all of that. Now, the company has so far paid 2 million. MPA, so they owed 6.5, they have paid 2. MPA is threatening to revoke the trading license of the company, yet auditors said nothing about it in their opinion or in their management report. When you look at the role of auditors in corporate governance, you know that the auditors have a responsibility for other regulatory matters. So it's not just the financial statements you're going to audit. You're going to talk about the financial statement. No. Any other regulatory requirements that your client is supposed to follow or supposed to adhere to, you have to report it, especially in the case that MPA was threatening to revoke the license of your client. That's a going concern issue, because if the license is revoked, they are out of operation, right? Good. So here, I've been thinking what the examiner can do here. But one way or one thing that the examiner can do here is that the examiner will ask us to compare, right? So we'll do a change analysis, right? To compare the changes that happen over the years and comment on the changes. When you take gross profit, okay, in 2019 it was 4%. In 2020 it was 4%. In 2019 it was 2.5%. So you can do new minus old over old to know the change that happened and what we think will cause the increase in gross margin. Remember we said that. So the increase might be because the quantity is increasing or the price is increasing. It's either they increase their prices or they got more people buying it, right? So hopefully, or maybe, the examiner will ask us to comment on this. So please know what gross margin is. Gross profit margin is. So the gross margin, because the profit is not here, the gross margin is sales, the sales of the company, right? Yes. So the sales of the company has been increasing. The net profit margin, the net profit margin was increasing until 2023 when it reduced by 10%. You should be able to tell the examiner why it reduced, because it is stated clearly in the case, right? Because it is stated clearly in the case. We have it clearly that there was an impairment on a 6.5 million debt that was owned by the company. And that made the auditors impair that debt, right? So after the impairment, that is, impairment is an expense which is going to reduce profit. The other line will go to provision for impairment or the accounts receivable side, right? Good. So that is it. Revenue, net profit margin. So with net profit margin, we are comparing the net profit over the revenue that we have made over the years. Return on capital employed. Guys, you guys are gurus in financial ratios because we've done FR, we've done PSA ratios, we've done CR ratios. We have the quick ratio, checking how liquid the company was. So when you check, the liquidity position has been decreasing, which is an issue. So it was 8.1, 8 to 1. That is best it moved or it reduced to 6-1. It's reduced to 5.1 or 5-1 to 4-1, then to 2.2-1. We are not saying 2.2-1 is bad. No, but it has been reducing and management should pay attention to that. Quick ratio will follow the same trend as the current ratio because it is the same thing, less inventory, right? So it was 4 to 2.9 to 2.1 to 0.9 and to 0.4. We have the asset turnover. Okay. So let's know what these ratios are about and know how we can explain this. We don't know. You never know what is going to happen. We also have debt to equity ratio. In 2019, it was not available. It was not applicable in 2020. It was not applicable in 2021. It was 50%. Who can tell us one reason why debt to equity ratio was not applicable in 2020 and 2019? Who can help us? Anyone? Anyone? Just what do you think? Why do you think we don't have anything under 2020, 2019?
So the earlier years, it was mentioned as the sole shareholder and the sole provider of funds.
Exactly. So 2019, 2020, it was Dr. Yimedu who solely financed the company. Okay. I mean, from 2017, he has been solely financing the company. So probably in 2021, he went for a loan. Remember, this is debt to equity ratio. So until there is a debt, this ratio will be not applicable here, right? Exactly. Thank you very much, Isaac. So despite the net loss after tax in 2023, the shareholders fund remained positive. That's a good thing. So let's talk about the corporate purpose, the vision, mission, values, critical success factors, and KPIs. In developing the purpose of the company in terms of its vision, mission, values, and strategic objectives, the shareholder was mindful of critical success factors that underpin competitive advantage in the downstream petroleum sector globally. Guys, I want us to look at something here. Critical success factors. I think it's internal analysis. Exactly. Okay, so if you haven't seen this before, let's take note of this. Johnson and School's 6-step approach to using the critical success factors. So critical success factors, as you can see, they are the factors, they are the elements and the issues which are very important for companies to succeed. The name even tell us the meaning, critical success factors. And KPIs are measured targets for critical success factors. So we use KPIs to measure or to have a target for the critical success factors. Okay. All right. So this is what I'm talking about. This 6-step, please let's know. The first step is to identify the success factors that are critical for profitability. Then we identify what is necessary to achieve a superior performance in the success factor. Then we should develop the level of critical competence so that it acquires the ability to gain a competitive advantage in the critical success factor. Then we identify appropriate KPIs for each critical competence. Then we give emphasis to developing critical competencies for each aspect of performance. And lastly, we will monitor the firm's achievement of Its KPIs or its targets. All right. So let's continue. So these are the critical success factors, the values, the vision, and the mission. Please let's take note of this. We said that these are targets for this. So they are saying that they want to be held safety and environmental compliant. How do they measure it? They want to see that their customers are satisfied, especially because of the activities that they operate in. They also want to be operational efficiency. Okay. So they want to look at their sanctions per regulator per year. They also want to check their customer satisfaction and loyalty. I think this has been messed up. Health, safety, and environmental compliance, operational efficiency, customer satisfaction and loyalty, sustainability and environmental stewardship, innovation and adaptability, and employee satisfaction. Okay, so employee satisfaction has the KPIs here. Innovation and adaptability. I'm not seeing anything that relates to here. Sustainability and environmental stewardship. Can talk about carbon emission reduction rate. Operational efficiency. We can talk about um, sanctions by regulator by year, or we can also talk about severity of injuries to employees and property. I think we can talk same when it comes to the health, safety, and environmental compliance. Customer satisfaction is here, intensity of customer satisfaction. Right. Now, let's move on to the structure of management and the organizational structure. We also have something interesting here. So, at the inception of the company, all workers reported directly to the shareholder. He personally allocated roles and responsibilities to workers and directly supervised their work. The pioneering workers were not given any designated official titles, and they were not provided with any job descriptions. In fact, they were interviewed and employed by word of mouth. They were not provided employment contracts, but were told their salary. The shareholders' approach was more focused on getting work done, accomplished through teamwork. It does not matter who does the work, so long as the work gets performed, is his policy. He was the only boss in the company. All other people were co-equals. Some workers were unhappy because they felt that the MD only cared about the work and not their well-being. So they believe they could have contributed more if the MD had provided them with a bit more motivation and attention. The MD took exclusive control and responsibility. He was doing everything, even with the preparation of accounts and all of that. He was using Microsoft, but the auditors told him that he should get a correct system that will help him. In 2017, or since 2017, the number of employees has grown to over 100. It is evident that the shareholder is finding it difficult to provide efficient direction leadership. Because of that, he has appointed some people, head of operations, head of resources, human resources, and head of finance. And he's the head of finance on his own, but he has appointed someone who has been with the company for long to be as to act as the deputy head of finance. Overall, as MD, the The shareholder ensures that all major decisions in the company are made exclusively by him, and where necessary, seek expert advice. He believes that the downstream petroleum sector is fluid and dynamic, and therefore decisions need to be made quickly for results to be achieved. So when it comes to the finance operation, you realize that there are no segregation of duties whatsoever, because this guy will prepare something, and because he's the head of the finance department, he might have to sign it himself and all of that.
Yeah.
Now, yes, sir.
So, are we not also seeing from the paragraph you just read, since
Okay.
2017 up to where therefore the decision need to be made quickly for that whole paragraph? We're not seeing
Okay.
element of greenness model in it. Greenness model, where
Okay.
we had the stages, stage 1, stage 2, up to stage 6, where we have crisis of leadership, growth through creativity, growth through direction, growth through delegation, growth through collaboration. But if you read, it said it is difficult to provide effective direction, leadership, and control both the head office staff and those spread across various lane and stations. So as the company keeps going, it moves from one stage, another stage, then delegation where there's a new position, head of operations, head of those, head of finance. Maybe that's
Okay.
what I'm saying.
All right. I think that's a very good observation. Well, in as much as the examiner brought Greener's model last sitting, I was also going to talk about it. But here, I wasn't really going to talk about it because of, I was going to talk about it when delegation was made, or when the company started having regional managers, right? But I mean, we can talk about it right now. So Greener's model is very important here as well. Please, anything can happen, especially because of the fact that the examiner has added one more growth phase, or one more phase to the Greener's model. Let's take note of that, right? Let's take note of that. But it was evident that Greener's model will come last sitting than this sitting. I'm not saying we shouldn't look at it. Let's look at it. But last sitting was clear. Like everything was in order. Here, we only look at the fact that he was an entrepreneur and there needed to be a growth through direction and a growth through delegation. We didn't see anything talking about red tapeism and all of that. But I mean, regardless, let's know all of that. Thank you very much, Isaac, right?
Not.
Okay, Nat, thanks very much. One other thing that we should take note here is organizational structure. So let's go and look at our notes on organizational structures. So please give me a minute as I open it. Okay, so yes, so this is what I'm talking about, the contingency theory of organization structure. So we looked at Burns and Stoker mechanistic and organic theory. When it comes to the mechanistic organizational structure, we said that it is bureaucratic. Power over decision making is obtained from a position instead of the person's influence. communication is vertical, and up and down the chain of order, job descriptions are precise, right? When it comes to the organic, we said it is less bureaucratic. Individuals influence decisions based on their knowledge. There's much more horizontal communication, and job descriptions are precise, right? I think that when the company started, remember we said that they didn't even have a job description. Everyone was doing what was good for them or what they think they can do in order to get the main or the overall work done. So, in case you are being asked to talk about the organizational structure when the company started, in accordance with Burns and Stoker, I believe it is an organic organization, especially because it is not bureaucratic. In as much as commander in chief is there, it is not bureaucratic. And if it were to be bureaucratic, you need a permission to go and do someone's job. But the case told us that you can do whatever you want to do, right? Great. So please let's learn this. Benz and Stoker, let's learn the Mansberg 5 building blocks for organizational configuration, which brought us some identified organizational structures like the simple structure, the machine bureaucracy, the professional bureaucracy, the divisionalized form adhocracy, and the missionary organization. Let's please look at these as well. Okay. So, all right, let's move on. Recently, the head of operations has complained. Okay, so this is what I was talking about, which is causing some operational lapses. The issue has reached the board, which has put in place recently. In this regard, the board is proposing appointment of managers for each region, right? Yes. So this is where the delegation comes in. Now, we are going to have regional managers. These managers will be assigned the sales performance target. Corporate parenting comes here again. Remember, we have the rationales for corporate parenting as well as the corporate parenting styles. As part of the corporate parenting style, we have the financial control style. Where did we even see this? I don't think I closed this. Okay, great. See here. So this is it. Corporate parenting, the relationship, the head office. Now we are going to have a head office. We're going to have branches of an organization and the other strategic business in it. It shows how committed the head office is with regards to the value addition to the SBUs, right? So we have the financial control, where the parent acts on behalf of the shareholders to identify and acquire assets. This is what I'm talking about. The parent sets performance targets for the strategic business unit. In reading the case, we read that the managers will be assigned the sales performance target and they should report to the head office through the head of operations. The board believes that this will create higher sense of ownership, responsibility, and clear accountability among the managers. Head office functional unit will provide support for all regional managers. So here they are saying that, oh, and wait, oh, one other thing that the case said, that the board believes that it will create higher sense of ownership, responsibility, and clear accountability for the managers. When you look here, managers of SBUs under the financial control style are autonomous in terms of conducting business activities and decision making. It's linked to the fact that the board said that we should leave them to do whatever they want to do, but they should be accountable for what they are doing, right? So let's know this corporate parenting styles and also corporate parenting rationales. All right, great. As I said, every line can be a question. Every line, but it's not everything that is coming, and things will come that might not even give us any hints in the case, right? So to be at the safer side, please let's try our possible best to at least know a lot of things that we have done in class. Okay, so the MD is currently not happy because I am the commander in chief. What do you mean by we are giving control to the branch heads? Okay, so once again, greenness model, right? So please let's take note of that. Finally, the company does not have an internal audit unit, which is a risk, and also a risk unit due to the fact that they want to cut cost, right? These functions are currently being performed jointly by operations and finance. So here we have a self-review threat here. Can you imagine the finance department auditing themselves? Like, how is it possible? They will be reviewing their own work, and that will be a self-review threat, right? So you can propose that the company gets an internal audit unit and also a risk unit, especially because they have a subcommittee at the board level on internal audit or on audit and risk. So let's move on to the corporate governance issues. Please let's know the importance of non-executive directors on the board. Remember, we spoke about the Hicks, right? The Hicks guidance. Okay, please look at it well. We have 4 importance when it comes to non-executive directors. So know the explanation of non-executive directors. I don't know if I got the name right. Okay, that gives us about 4 key reasons why we should have non-executive directors. Now, so we should be able to also punch issues in the corporate governance matters of BO, GML. One executive director. There's no problem with that. The sole shareholder serves as the MD. So that's also a corporate governance issue. So MD serving as a board member, as a board chair, a head of finance, and a shareholder raises an issue of one person having unfettered powers on the board. Another issue is the fact that the board members are associates. So the fact that 3, or they were 5, right? So they were 6. So 6, 5. So about 4. The fact that 4 of the board members were associates of the shareholder cum MD cum board chair. Is also a threat. What is this threat? The threat that they will
Be familiar. Okay, I'm talking about familiarity threat. So let me just write familiarity threat. And we have seen some. They don't even question him. They just approve whatever he says. And that is why Halimatu Sadia is doing well because I'm not your friend. Okay. So familiarity threat will make them compromise on their independence. What else? Independence, objectivity, and whatnot. Okay. Please read the notes on corporate governance. You see a lot of things on this. Okay. So the non-executive directors.
Can we also talk about an intimidation threat on the side of the auditors?
Okay, so can you please explain why there will be an intimidation threat on the
So
side
you
of?
see, when the auditors raise the flag in relation
Exactly.
to giving out the qualified opinion,
Okay, so they raised a flag that they are going to give a qualified opinion if the shareholder, MD, head of finance doesn't allow them to pass the impairment, right?
yes, yes,
Now,
yes.
at the end of the day, they passed the adjustment, and that is why they made a loss in 2023. There will be a threat if the audit was happening and they will be intimidated, especially because the MD said he wasn't going to give them the work again. Now they are done. They are done with the audit. In fact, um we read somewhere that gave us the issues that were stated in their management letter, right? And somewhere too, we read that they didn't mention or they didn't report to MPA that, or they didn't report in their opinion or in the management letter that MPA is threatening to revoke the license of BOGM. All these came as a result of the audit that was done. So it would have been an intimidation threat if they were now going to issue the report. That we can say that, oh, hey, now they are saying that, hey, we are not going to get our 80,000 Ghana cedis. Oh, then we can say that they might be intimidated with the fact that the MD can say that if you pass, I won't give you the money. And that it might be likely that they won't pass because they want to continue the audit. But now they have passed it and they are done with the audit. I don't know if you get it.
I get you, it's true.
Okay. All
It's
right.
clear.
All right. Thanks. So this woman, so please, when it comes to when we are reading the qualification of board members, we should also be careful. I mean, we should also take note because it looks like every member of the board is qualified, especially with their experiences and all of that. But they might not be qualified in terms of their relationship with the board chair. So these are the details of them. Okay, so let's continue. So board members, they are typically unanimous. They agree on they are always on the same space, right? Though on on the rare occasions where there have been dissenting opinions, this will consistently come from this woman. Why? Because she is objective, she is independent. Please learn about what qualifies someone as a non-executive or what non-executive directors bring on board. It's part of the Hicks, right? But I want you guys to learn other things. Other things are there. The fact that they should make time for the company and all of that. Remember, I told you guys that if the company, if the non-executive director is not making time for the company, they should be dismissed, right? What non-executive directors bring on board. And that is what this woman is doing. Questioning the status quo, questioning what the executive management is doing. For instance, you want to go to Arusha, Tanzania, in Cape Town. All the directors are saying we agree. But this woman said, no, I won't agree. Why won't I agree? I am of a strong opinion that the proposed expansion should be put on hold. Why? Because we don't have money to do that. Also, look at the war that is happening between Israel and Iran. It creates unfavorable global conditions, as well as the fact that the MD did not support the proposal, just like the financial analyst was not happy with the MD. The MD did not propose or support the proposal with any analysis that when we go there, we expect to make this profit, we expect to make this loss and all of that. But the other directors have approved. This woman said no. This is the composition of the audit committee and the risk committee. Okay, so the chairman of the board is also the chairman of the risk committee. A lot of things. Is he even going to get time to do all of these?
Portfolio manager.
You
Value.
get Is he even going to get time to do all of these? That is another question. So the board met 6 times. That is in accordance with best practices. So board members met 6 times in accordance with even Act 992, right? Which is the Companies Act 2019, which says that members of the board should meet at least once a quarter, right? And that would be 4 times a year, right? Please, corporate governance, the examiner introduced other things like the SIGA, the Bank of Ghana directives. Please, let's read them, okay? I mean, we have the notes. Let's read them. Board members are getting 20,000, 10,000 for committee meetings. That's not our business. How much the company is going to pay their board of directors, we can't say anything. We don't have any cap, right? So these are the issues that the auditors raised, that these guys, the Form C, I'm sure most of you are aware of Form C. That is the profile of the company at the registrar of companies, right? They didn't add the name of these people to the letter or to the document that is there. Guys, this is a compliance issue, a compliance risk. So we will say that, or else they will update, or they should update the official records. We agree with the auditors, right? And also, um, 2 directors officially registered did not attend board meetings in the whole of 2023. They are non-executive directors. And we said that non-executive directors are supposed to make time for the company. If they are not making time, they should be sent off. The company has not appointed a secretary, right? Let me go and check the right act so that I don't misquote. That requires board members to get board secretaries, right? Please give me a minute. Where do I even have this? Where do I have this? Where do I have this? Okay, let me check our corporate governance notes. Okay, so section 219. I mean, we even have it. So section 219, sorry, 212 of Act 992, right, has stated the requirement for companies to have a board secretary. So let's go here. So the board secretary has the responsibility for the administration of board meetings and other administrative duties. Aside the Companies Act, it is also part of the Ghana Corporate Governance Code for listed companies in 2022. This is one of the new things that was introduced, right? So let's take note of section 212 of Act 992 and the Ghana Corporate Governance Code for listed companies. Okay, we can borrow it in our explanation. We can say that even though there is nothing stated that BOGML is listed, we are borrowing from the Ghana Corporate Governance Code for listed companies, which requires that. In fact, the company's code will do all our work for us because it's a company, right? It is a company. Okay, good. All right, so let's continue. Let's continue. So the company has not, okay, that's what we just spoke about. Payment of board allowance without appropriate tax being withheld and paid to GRA. So guys, what's the withholding tax rate on board directors' fees, especially those doing tax, advanced taxation? What's the WHT on that?
20%.
20%.
Exactly, 20%. So I don't know what the examiner will be requiring from us. So please know that it is 20%, so that in case they tell you that, oh, or they ask you to comment on these issues, you state it clearly that the withholding tax or the company should have withheld 20% on the payments made to the directors. And the company has liabilities that they have to settle. The liabilities are accruing, right? So they will have to settle all of them. Let's look at ESG issues. Guys, please, let's read our notes on CSR and EDS, right? Environmentally driven strategy. In line with global trend towards transition to cleaner energy sources, the company has medium-term plan to diversify its business away from fossil fuel. The company plans to enter solar energy market, right, by providing the service to domestic and commercial consumers. The company also intends to build electric vehicles, right? So now they want to take advantage of the new change that is coming so that they don't get stuck, okay, or they don't get stagnated when the change happens. These proposed businesses are capital intensive and would require huge commitments of funds to achieve the dream. The company plans to use a mixture of debt and equity finance. So let's know the sources of this to finance these businesses.
Please
The
stop sharing your screen.
oh, sorry. So sorry. So the company plans to use a mixture of debt and equity to finance these new businesses. The company plans to diversify its business to cleaner energy services, to take advantage of the government's tax policy. This policy includes a 5-year tax holiday and an exemption from VAT on imported materials and equipment for cleaner energy projects. The company has been giving back to the society because of their social corporate responsibility, and they are giving scholarship to brilliant but needy children in their catchment areas that they operate. The company also donates cylinders to households who cannot afford to buy as part of its contribution to reducing the use of charcoal and firewood, which will reduce the rate of deforestation and promote sustainability agenda in Ghana. Guys, please let's read everything about CSR EBS, okay? It's not plenty, right? Let's read everything about it. Now, when it comes to international expansion, remember we said that Halima too, is it Halima too? It was Halima too, right? Yes. He didn't really agree with them on this issue. So, as part of fulfilling his ambition of becoming a multinational OMC, he has decided to expand to Arusha, Tanzania, and Cape Town. Now, the shareholders has chosen the two cities because, can you imagine? Because you love the weather. How can you do that? Is it the weather that is going to sell for you? The board, by majority decision, because the other followers or the other people will follow him, because their independence and their objectivity has probably been impaired. So they have approved it. Now, the shareholder has stated that he is working on raising necessary funds and obtaining regulatory approvals in those countries. He intends to start with 2 stations each in the 2 countries. Guys, here, let's read anything globalization strategy, okay? Because it can be anything. We don't really have any specific thing that is coming under this particular aspect of the question. But I beg you guys, let's read on globalization strategies. It's not plenty. Let me even show it to you. So here we spoke about the reasons for globalization. It can be anything. The examiner can ask us. The EPRG framework, ethnocentrism, polycentrism, regioncentrism, and geocentrism. The IR framework, and the strategies that are available, and most especially this. Remember, we spoke about this as an introduction to the syllabus, the stages of globalization. Please let's know this. Since they are now thinking about how to go there, let's know the models for entry into the foreign markets, whether it's going to be exporting, licensing, franchising, strategic alliance, JVs, wholly owned subsidiaries. Please let's read everything globalization and strategy. Most importantly, the stages of globalization, because they're going to enter into a new market. When they go, can they do product specialization? Can they disaggregate their value chain? Can they re-engineer it? And by doing that, would they help them expand to other markets? Let's
Hello,
take.
sorry.
Yes,
Sir,
please.
please share the document with us.
Yes, I will.
Okay, thanks so much, sir.
You are welcome. Okay, great. So, one other thing is lease or buy. Last year, think I thought it was going to come, but it didn't come. Lease or buy, lease or rent, whatever you say it. So let me just quickly explain you lease or buy to us. I'm sure those of us that did financial management has already seen that, but regardless, FM is 10 marks, 10 marks. And usually we should be able to do the other 10 marks because it's usually theoretical. Okay. So with lease or buy, we are looking at the cost that we are going to incur when we lease a particular asset, a particular building. I hope you guys are aware of lease or no lease. Lease is just like rent, okay? But IFRS 16 clearly classifies between operational lease and financing lease or finance leases, right? But because these projects are long term, it will the definition will really favor finance leases, right? So you, in quote, renting or hiring the asset, or you buying it, right? So you are going to compute every cost that is relevant to you buying it. Then, on the other hand, you compute every cost that is relevant to you leasing the asset, or you getting the asset from someone, hiring it from someone. When you finish, you compare the two costs and see the one that is lesser, and you go by that one, right? Okay. So guys, did I miss anything? Is there anything that someone will want to say in addition to what we have done? Have you heard something somewhere that you would want the class to benefit?
I
Please
think
let us know. Isaac, yes.
So mine is not entirely what I heard. It's
Okay,
still
now,
on this same thing. You know, there was an emphasis that the shareholder, that's the MD, is an ICA member.
okay,
Can we talk about something there? Is there a reason they brought that
okay.
in relation
So,
to the ethics of an accountant or something?
Zali, I said that earlier. I don't know if you hadn't joined yet. So, guys, did I say that? Did I talk about the fact that the guy is ICA member and he's been in membership for 10 years, and he
Yes, you
faced,
did.
yes,
Yes, at the beginning you
yes,
stated that.
and because he faced ethical issues, we should look at ethics and the accountant, the IESB's ethical principles, so the 5 principles, the threats, and the safeguards to the threats. Okay, let's look at all of these. So, Nat, I spoke about it and I drew our attention to that. Thank you very much. Isaac, please, you wanted to say something?
I was the one that just spoke, brother. I think
Okay,
Nat
okay,
has the
Isaac.
floor.
Okay, okay. Nat,
yeah. Um, just to add that, I think in during the class you made mention that we should take note of the principles of the OECD,
yes,
then the 5 governance, because those are new things that are added to the syllabus. I'm just
exactly.
trying to.
Exactly. Okay, you have even remembered me. So I wanted to do something, I even forgot. So I want us to look at corporate governance, because guys, corporate governance there, we should get everything. That should be our stronghold, right? Let's like almost everything here is an addition, all right? Especially starting from this place, corporate governance in Ghana. Almost everything here is an addition to the syllabus. So please let's learn it. The SIGA, it wasn't here last year.
Sir,
I
please,
mean,
can you share with us?
please, I'm sharing it. Guys, can you
Okay.
confirm if you can see my screen? You said I should share. Oh, of course, I'll do that. I'll do
Okay.
that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So, with the corporate governance, we have the SIGA, which was being introduced as a result of the SIGA Act 2019, Act 990, and it repealed the SEC, which is the State Enterprises Commission. So they are in charge of what we call the specified entities, that is the state-owned enterprises, joint ventures that government has interest, and certain regulatory bodies, as well as developmental partners like World Bank and all of those people, right? Their responsibility when it comes to corporate governance, right? Please know this. They have to. It's here. Let's know it. When it comes to BOG's directives, what are they also saying? It's also here. And it's not far away from the corporate governance issues that we have or we know from OECD and all of those things, that we should have an internal audit. There should be a separation of the roles of the board chairperson and the CEO. So here you can even borrow from the Bank of Ghana corporate governance directive, that these people should not be the same people. But in the case, the chairperson is the same as the CEO. Let's go and see other places and see. So the board should have necessary skills, I think we got that. And they should be non-executive. There should be non-executive director. Okay. We have spoken about the fact that there should be a board secretary and all of that. One thing that I also want us to look at is the National Corporate Governance Code 2020, 2022, right? Please, this is a fresh area and the examiner can ask us question on it. So we have three core principles: patriotism, accountability, and responsibility. So if you have forgotten, I mean, if you forget, just have this PAR as your initial: patriotism, accountability, and responsibility. So these are the three core principles. We have the governance pillars, which are five, and that is PLC Ghana. So with that, we have purpose, leadership controls, genuine disclosure, and humane engagement. Guys, I will plead with us that at least to the minimum, let's know about five of these 13 fundamental governance. Just like PEFA, the examiner can ask us to just list some of the fundamental governance of the National Corporate Governance Code 2022. So please, let's take note of these things, all right? Because these are new areas, they are gray areas, they are virgin areas that the examiner can always ask questions on. So let's really, really take note of it. So these are the principles of the OECD. That's the content of the OECD. Let's take note of that because it can come, right? Right. Now, okay, we also have to have some knowledge on control. Please read corporate governance. In fact, please read everything, all right? Even though we have discussed that this can come, you don't know what is coming exactly, okay? So, as much as we can, let's try our best and learn some of these things. I know that we are going to be fine. Okay, this is what I was talking about. That please know this criticisms of the non executive directors, okay? Know about independent non-executive directors. This is what I was talking about, the Hicks guidance. We have strategy, performance, risks, and people, right? The role of non-executive directors. What is their role? They should possess the necessary skills. Here they have it. An experience to bring an independent judgment to bear on the issues of strategy, performance, and resources. The question is, all the non-executive directors here, are they doing that? They are not. It's only the lady that is doing that, right? Individuals should not accept an appointment as a non-executive director if they cannot provide the company with the time and attention necessary for them to discharge their role. That is why I was saying that those guys that the auditors mentioned that they were not going for board meetings, they should be sacked, right? Okay. This is very important. Separation of the role of chairperson and chief, the managing director. We said that when one person holds both position, he dominates the board, right? And two people should hold the position. These are OECD principles. So let's take note of that. These are not law that we can enforce, right? So in your writing, write it for the examiner to know that you are suggesting that it's either Dr. Enyimedu um, step down as the chairperson or step down as the MD, right? Great. Um, all right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Please, any other thing that someone will want to know?
Please, can you share your number with us so that we can follow up on the
Okay.
materials?
So 05, let me write it. Okay, so Nicholas, yes, I did. I shared the notes on globalization with you, but I'll resend it to you personally, okay? Nicholas, I'll send it.
Okay.
All right.
Um,
So please, my number is there. Okay, so Dave is talking about business plan, so maybe we should quickly talk about it. So, when you check the syllabus, you realize that, especially the old one, there was one waiting for business plan. It wasn't really the business plan that we know, but it was a lot of things that will add up to the business plan. We don't really have any indication here that business plan is coming, right? Because so far it is only the international businesses that they want to go to that the examiner might ask us to present a business plan, right? But with that, I'll share the slides or the notes on business plan with us so that we will look at it. So before we even go, all right, let's reiterate the weighting, the things that the examiner wants us to know. So the examiner wants us to know strategic analysis, and the weighting is 20. Strategic choice, the weighting is 15.
Sir, please your screen again. Oh, sorry, your screen.
Oh, I am reading from my book, so
Okay.
sorry. So the strategy in action, which has a weighting of 25, and also the financial objectives as a strategy has 20. Corporate governance have 20. So, guys, we have to pass this paper. Why do we have to pass? Corporate governance has 20 marks. At least we should get 15. Oh. The corporate governance will have 20 weights. So when it comes to the strategy, we have strategic analysis, which has a weighting of 20. We have 15 for strategic choice. Guys, I did this, but let me do it again. Strategy in action, which has the highest weight of 25. Then 20 for financial strategy and options. And lastly, corporate governance will have 20 marks. And that should give us a weight of 100, right? Exactly. What can be found at strategic analysis? With strategic analysis, we should know about the introduction where we learn about the types of strategies. We are also supposed to know about vision, mission, culture, and those things, right? Core values. Ethics and strategy are also here, 20 marks. So like everything can come like that, right? So these are the things that is making up the 20 marks or the 20 weightings. So I've spoken about the intro. I've spoken about ethics. Also, corporate social responsibility and environmentally driven strategies, if you remember. And also the organizational strategies. The international business environment, Porter's Diamond, peso analysis. And you know that the examiner introduced strategic group analysis, scenario analysis, and also technology. We also have SWOT analysis, gap analysis, resource audit, the value chain analysis. Guys, everything here is part of this 20 marks. The examiner can't bring everything, right? But at least let's have an idea of the things that are here so that at least if you are getting 10 marks here, let's see what we will do in the others. When it comes to the choice of strategy, We have Mackenzie 7S framework. We have um, the organizational strategies, the organizational structure, sorry. We have risk control, risk assessment, risk management. We also have the KPIs and the CSFs that we spoke about, right? This is relatively short. So let's say this one too, we get 10 marks, 10 out of 15. Now, with strategy in action, globalization, reasons for globalization, the models for international strategies, that's the APRG, the INR, and the stages of globalization. At least one of them will come. And the models for entry, whether it will be an export, and a licensing, franchising, and all of those. We have the directional and growth strategies. That is the SBU analysis, Boston Consulting Group, Ansoff model, public sector metric, GE, McKinsey, Shell, Ashridge, all of those things. Okay, they also belong to one group. What else? Corporate parenting. Okay, the parenting styles, the rationale for parenting, generic competitive strategies, Bowman's clock, right? Greenest model. All of these are going to be the 25 marks. The examiner is not going to bring everything for that 25 marks. So the few that we know, in fact, we have seen some of them. In this case, we've seen an indication of corporate parenting, Bowman's clock, the Boston Consulting Group, and the other evaluating tools of the strategic business unit. And yes, so far these are the things that we have seen in the case. And also the models for entry into foreign markets, and also the stages of globalization, right? Let's say here we don't do well. We get 10. No, we should get more than 10 here. Let's get 15 here. Now, financial strategy and options, we didn't do well. Okay, let's say we didn't do well because we didn't know our MPV, investment appraisal techniques. We didn't do. And guys, one thing, please know your EVA, your SVA, okay, economic value analysis, shareholder value analysis, because that's also an introduction to the course. In fact, you guys have your notes and you know the introductions, right? So we are not good at finance. We got 5. Corporate governance. Here, I want us to get 18. Even if we can get 20, let's get it. Because the note is small and it is 20. The weight is 20. Guys, the weight is 20 for that short note. Let's specialize in it. Imagine getting 20 out of 20, or let's say 17 out of 20. Getting 17 will boost you to qualify, right? So we are getting 57 for this. That is if we don't do well in FM. But I know that the theory question, we can even score some few marks for us to get about 8 here. 60 marks. Guys, we need to pass with 50. Okay? So please, we'll be fine. So corporate governance, we shouldn't slide. Let's learn it. Let's learn corporate, because everything under corporate governance can come. So please learn it. And it's small, as I said, it's not going to be complicated. They are not bringing anything complicated, unlike this one. That can be something in FM. It might not even be in the syllabus now,
But because the examiner thinks that you should be examined, or by now you should know your FM, they can bring any other thing that's even outside the syllabus because it is FM, right? So we don't mind. But something like corporate governance, please, we shouldn't slide. This and this, the first, even this one, we should get more than 10, right? But let's make it 10. But corporate governance, guys, let's specialize. Okay, let's learn. I'm not saying we shouldn't learn the other areas, but let's learn the corporate governance. Everything there. Be on top of your game when it comes to corporate governance because you know that you can get everything there. And it's not complicated. It's not something that's going to confuse you. Anything that will come under corporate governance, if you have learned it, you score all the marks. So let's take note of that. All right. Thank you guys very much. And that's my number. You can reach out to me anytime with any explanation, with any help. But please, regardless of all the things that we have discussed, just know that something can come that is not in our discussion. Sorry, because we are going to have additional information. Because some of the questions might be part of the additional information. In fact, some of the questions are not even based or dependent on the case, right? You won't see anything related in the case, but they will bring it. It's the examiner and what they want to bring. But I think so far what we have discussed, at least we are going to see at least 2 questions that we can do and do it well. So please let's go through our notes. If you have any question, please reach out to me. If you're in the group, please put it there. We will discuss it and we all talk about it. Thank you guys very much for your contributions, for your patience, and for being attentive for us to discuss this case. And I pray and I hope that all of us go through case studies successfully so that we can also say that we had 100% pass rate. Okay. I trust you guys and please trust yourselves. Let me know when you are getting anxious. Okay. I have a strategy that will calm you down. Please don't say you're not going to write. Please go and write. Whether you're anxious, whether you think you have prepared, please go and sit down and write because you have already registered, right? All right. Please let me know if anything. If I can help you, I will do it. If I can't, and I know someone that can help you, I'll also do it. Thank you guys very much, and I hope to see you again. I mean, I don't hope to see you in my class again, oh, because if you are coming to my class, you are coming to be a teaching assistant to me, Isaac.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
you are coming to be a teaching assistant to me. You're not coming to join my class. Guys, I trust you guys. Please trust whatever you are learning. Trust me. You don't need to know everything to pass the paper. Like, you can ask the people that are chatted if they know some of these things. In fact, some of us know it because we have been teaching it, right? But a lot of CAs don't know a lot of things. That should tell you that you have to be strategic to pass. You don't have to have everything in your mind to pass. So don't be scared. Go in with that positive mindset that you are going to manage your time well. The questions that you can do them, you are going to do them. Please, I forgot to say one thing. Don't leave any question unanswered. Please write something. Just write something for them. Even if you don't know what the model is talking about, write something for them. I beg you. That something can give you 1 mark. That will make you cross 50. Thank you guys very much, and have a nice day. All the best. All the best.
Thank you,
Thank
senior.
you.
Thank you. I'm grateful. Thank you.
You're welcome.